Hello, everybody. This is not the window I wanted it to be. Oop, there we go. I've got some friends with me today. Hello, everyone.
Quinn, you spelled my name wrong.
Oh, I did? My bad. Can you send me
it's
how...
with an F, not a PH.
That is the first I've seen it spelled that way, but... Epic. Give me a second. I am so sorry. There we go.
No, you're fine. Plenty of people spell it with the PH on first blush. With an F is the Spanish spelling.
Okay, my bad. All right. Hello, everybody. We're going to be doing... I'm going to do some housekeeping first. First of all, I've acquired a small team to help me cover this because it's a little bit too big for me to do on my own. As you may know, I'm Krim, and with me on stream today is Bella, Sheev, Jules, and Raph. They are people who either have direct experiences with this person or are people that are knowledgeable and good at helping to parse and process information like this, and who's I trust. So yeah, we're going to do a few bits of housekeeping. The first thing is, obviously, everything in this video is alleged. It's our opinion. Nothing has been proven. And, you know, evidence can be circumstantial, etc., etc. Like, this is not, I would say, a direct accusation. We are just looking We are just looking at some evidence and talking about some experiences and stating our opinion on it. Secondly, please do not go out and bother the person in question. Not only does harassment not do any good, but the individual in question appears to thrive off of negative attention. It has been my observation that if there isn't a direct conflict that they are in the middle of, that they will intentionally try to start one, so that people will get mad at them, so that their audience and close friends will feel bad for them and do the whole, oh, you're so brave, you're so real, you're so raw, you're so emotionally vulnerable. That seems to be a typical cycle that this person engages in, so I would like to avoid that, if we could. So, the individual in question, their name is Patricia Taxxon. They also have an alt channel called Puppy Helix Triangle. And my little notepad. I would like to, I know that I'm talking a lot. I would like to talk about our intents and what we will be going over with vaguely. So, okay. If Bella could start, that would be great. Let's go left to right as who appears on the screen.
Oh god, starting with me. Great.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. My name's Bella, they, them. So I'm mostly here just to sort of, I guess, as a record keeper, like fact keeper, because we're probably going to be going over some stuff that does involve some pretty, I guess, like obviously we're going over pretty heavy topics, but it's going to involve some significant evidence. I'm basically just here to pull up that evidence where need be for everyone else. I don't personally have any involvement with Patricia Taxxon. That's for other people in this chat. And Krim just trusts me for some reason.
I'll go next. Hello, I'm Krim. I have been watching Patricia as a casual fan for the last 2 years. Like many people, I was introduced to her via her Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared video. Thought it was pretty good. Watched some of her other stuff. I don't always agree with her. Generally, I think her media takes are fine. It has never occurred to me to dismantle them because, like, I think that we have such widely different mindsets on specific topics. To the point it's sort of been an agree to disagree sort of situation, because I think that her experiences when she does talk about media, which is usually when I'm talking about another creator, that's what I want to talk about. But it wouldn't even occur to me to cover Patricia because her experiences and her opinions are so personal, and she makes it very obvious that they're very personal. I think there's nothing wrong with that. However, I got into a little spat with her a couple weeks ago, and at the time that I originally was criticizing her to my personal friends, she's giggling because it's their fault. At the time when I was complaining about like some of her takes that, like, hey, this kind of bothers me, I wish she wouldn't say this, as somebody that likes her, this really sucks to hear from someone that I like and respect. And at first, when I criticized her on my blog, I like blurred out her URL because I didn't want anybody to go bother her. And then a couple people, two of which are on this call right now, were like, hey, actually, there's some stuff going on there. Maybe don't defend her in public. And I looked into it, and I was like, yikes, that sucks. Respect disintegrated. And it's been... And then I was more public about my opinions on this individual. To put it mildly. Also, sometimes I might giggle. To be very clear, I am... If you can't tell from the everything about me, I'm very autistic. I have a problem emoting when I speak, unless I'm intentionally acting. So I giggle sometimes when I'm nervous. I'm taking this very seriously. Excuse the flat affect and the weird sort of laughter that sometimes comes out. It is a nervousness response, and I'm sorry. I'm trying not to do that. So yeah, I have been put in the panopticon by, Miss Taxxon's fans, as worded by someone in my Anons who I have suspicions on who it is, but I will not say that here. Okay, Sheev. She like to... Hello.
I am Sheep. I go by the Tepesh or the Tepes, depending on how you read it on Tumblr. I guess I am much like Bella. I don't know why Krim trusts me, but here we are. I am lore keeper of many online strangeness. I kind of specialize in people who, how do I say, do weird things with kids, and I have been at this for 20 years now, so I have a little bit of knowledge on how to handle these things. So Krim has invited me in. That is really all there is to me. I will laugh. It's not that I'm not taking it seriously. It's that it feels good to me as a victim of people such as this.
Yeah.
That they become known to the wider public. It feels good to me. Because the people who abused me are still out there, and I can't do anything about it. So helping others have their pain known it brings my heart happiness.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, hi, I'm Jules. I go by Lemon Soured on most social media sites. I was a friend of Patricia's for about 6 years, maybe 7, give or take. I'm judging it based on when her album Punk came out, because I know when we met, she had not released it yet, and I was one of the people to buy a physical copy of it. I had sort of had some problems come up with her for a while, and I think the way that this all started was that I had been lurking on Krim's blog for a bit. I actually saw that post that Krim originally made where her name was blotted out, and I got that sinking feeling because I could recognize the way that it was written, and I hadn't been keeping tabs on Taxxon's blog, but I figured it was her, and I, saw what was going on at the time, and I just decided that was sort of the last straw for me, and I reached out to Krim because he was one of the few people who had outwardly spoken against what she was doing at the time, so it felt safe to reach out to him as someone who I could trust. Mostly, I'm just here to give testimony. Taxxon herself has made a couple of posts vaguely about me, so really my main goal here is just to relay events as I've seen them since I have worked with her professionally, and just make sure that my statement is somewhere, because I just wouldn't want that to get distorted. I'm really just here to tell what I know. That's basically it.
And Raph.
Hi, I'm Raph. I also go by Vontae. I am caterpillar anthropologist on most socials. That's my work account anyway. I
didn't really have any personal direct contact with Patricia until January 3rd of this year, when she interacted with me directly and unleashed a bit of a maelstrom from me.
Yep.
So I'm mostly just going to be talking about my personal experience with her audience and how she reacts to people who attempt to speak about what she has done or offer constructive criticism about her takes, so to speak.
Yeah. Raph has been, as Sheev has put it to me, on the money every single time, has been very good at cutting through the bullshit, as we like to say in these circles. And that's pretty invaluable in these situations. And I appreciate that and that insight. Okay, so here's the scary part. Big, fat trigger warning. We will be tackling the topic of pedophilia and POCD, which is pedophilic, obsessive compulsive disorder. Because we're not diagnosing anybody, we're not intending to diagnose anybody with anything here. These are just topics that Patricia and people in this circle have brought up a few times. So this is something that Patricia has spoken aloud about several times. So because of that, it's going to be part of this discussion. Topics such as sexual assault, intrusive thoughts, are probably going to come up. We will probably be speaking quite frankly about like alters and systems. And I will say that while several of us do have some experience in the mental health field, none of us are licensed professionals. And while we will try to be as academic and as fair as possible, we aren't the bastion of knowledge when it comes to these things. Moreover, even if all 5 of us, I had to count on my fingers for a second there, even if all 5 of us were licensed professionals, it would be irresponsible. It would be irresponsible for us to diagnose an individual that isn't interacting with us in a therapeutic setting with anything. So we are not diagnosing anybody with anything. We are bringing up these because Patricia herself brings up these topics. We're not pulling them out of our ass. So yeah, no armchair diagnosing here. We will be talking about them, and we will be talking about how the healthy way is to deal with these situations. But beyond that, we're not going to diagnose anybody. We're just going to be like talking about these and how most psychologists would treat this sort of thing, or most therapists would treat this sort of thing, and what is a healthy way to cope with them. But we won't be diagnosing anybody. If that's too heavy, you are free to leave. I'm not going to keep you here. Also, I'm going to trust someone. Hold on. Oh, no, I have to do it on the YouTubes. Hold on a second. I'm trusting someone because I need a little bit more help with this, because I feel like this is going to be a bit of a shit show. Yippee! Where are we? There we go.
No comment.
Where are we? Here you go. There we go. I've made a decision. I might regret it, but...
Good.
Okay. No, I just made somebody a mod. Anyway, I think with that, I'm going to start reading from my handy dandy document. I'm not going to put anything on screen unless I have a relevant image to show. And on that note, let me see here. I'm actually going to scoot my little stream software over to my other monitor. I'm going to be as slow as methodical as possible when we're talking about this. So I apologize if I'm a little too slow about it. But hastily. So I'm going to read my introduction and intent. Okay, I'm going to add another mod. Yeah. I just anticipate bullshit. So
I would say give Sai mod. But
oh, I absolutely am. Because I know that she's probably going to be here the whole time. Standard save.
that's a good question.
What's the question?
Who is Patricia Taxxon?
Perfect.
Yeah, it's probably worth giving
Yeah.
a bit of a rundown.
Let's give an a rundown on who this person is. So okay. So Patricia Taxxon is a YouTuber and a content creator. She has had ties with LeftTube/BreadTube for many years. This is her main YouTube channel. Ooh, we are overlaying quite a bit of this, aren't we? I might have to make y'all even smaller or something, perhaps. Hold on a second. Where's my little...
It's down at the bottom would be a good alternative as well.
Yeah, I might do that. My
Can I quickly respond to a person in chat who's asking about if we'll go over certain allegations by a certain person whose initials are RK? Because
yeah. Short answer is we won't. Not
out of respect for
specifically.
the individual in question, we will not be involving their allegations.
Yeah, there have been people involved in this. Basically, whenever somebody speaks against this person, they get harassed off the internet. It's just, to put it mildly. And so we will not be talking about the specific testimony of somebody. But thank you for asking. So yeah, this is Patricia's main YouTube channel. She also, I'll bring up her. This is her alt YouTube channel. Her second YouTube channel. Her second YouTube channel has 18,000 subs. Her main channel has 114,000 subs. That's where she puts her music and her video essays. Puppy Helix Triangle mostly is like shit posts and like just personal updates and stuff like about her mental health and stuff like that.
Graham,
Yo.
and you might want to bunk a boggle bunk.
All right, Boggle. We're not gonna. Okay. Yeah, let's reel back the comments about systems and plurality. We are not mental health professionals. So I would appreciate my mods not making any comments one way or the other on stream. You're not a mental health person, a mental health professional, so like we can have our opinions, but like remember that mods, you're representing me and my channel when you're here. Okay. So it's okay. No, thank you, because like I have my own opinions about it, but I'm gonna try to not allow them to color how I see this because I don't think it's particularly relevant to the allegations. And also, I'm not a professional, so I don't think my opinions in this case matter. All right. That being said, if you will all permit me, I'm going to sorry I sound so nervous. It's because I am. I actually want to throw up right now. I don't like talking about this kind of thing. I've turned up Sheev so much. I've cranked. Sheev is cranked.
I was also being very quiet when I said that because I just wanted to get Kareem's attention. I wasn't trying to speak up. So.
Thank you for the super chat, Alex. So about super chats, I appreciate your messages. In lieu of a super chat for this video, consider donating to your local, like child advocacy group, mental health group, or LGBTQ, charity. I am not monetizing this video, ever. It will remain unmonetized on my channel. Unfortunately, I understand that super chats are the best way to get somebody's attention in a stream like this, but like, if you must, make it a small one, and donate what you would have given to me to a charity instead, please and thank you. Or, to Gaza. Gaza would also be a great, humanitarian effort to put your money towards rather than me right now, because I will be okay. On that note, yeah, I don't like making videos like this, but it's gotten to the point that if nobody said anything, that if I didn't say anything, nobody else would have. So here we go. If you don't mind, my guests, I'm going to talk about my introduction and intent. I think you've all read over this bit of script. So if nobody has any other comments, I'm going to go into that if that's all right.
Go ahead, by all means.
Okay. So, in my real life, in my day job, I've had a lot of training and worked in harm reduction, in mental health field, and youth advocacy for about 7 years now. And we're jumping right into a heavy topic. Pedophilia is not a natural state of being. It is not a true sexual attraction in the way that being gay or straight is. There is a lot of debate on where it comes from, if it comes from mental illness or some weird quirk of the human mind. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter where it comes from because it cannot be safely and consensually practiced. Having a sexual proclivity that you cannot act on is damaging to the individual because it forces them to repress themselves. Gayness can be safely practiced with consenting adults. Pedophilia cannot ever be safely practiced. That is why we make a distinction between these two. Regardless of where gayness or queerness comes from, regardless of where pedophilia comes from, even if they came from the same thing, I'm not saying that they do, but even if they did, gayness is safe and harmless. There is no reason we should not allow consenting adults to practice it. Pedophilia cannot ever be safely practiced. So, regardless of what it is, it's dangerous. If someone says they can't help it, then they should be kept away from children, and efforts should be made to reduce their attraction or ideally eliminate it. There are different answers to this, such as talk therapy, institutionalization, chemical intervention, and other measures, but that's not what I'm here to talk about largely. We might go over it a little bit later, but yeah, not what we're here to talk about. Paraphilias, as defined, are also morally neutral and just to describe the phenomenon of an atypical sexual interest that becomes a part of someone's psyche and lifestyle. It has kind of a stronger hold than like your typical kinks and fetishes. Rubber, leather, and many forms of BDSM fall under this and are ultimately harmless on their own. Be precise with your language. Don't say paraphilias are evil because you sound like you're speaking nonsense to anyone with a higher education in sexuality, and you greatly destroy your credibility amongst those that aren't laymen. What Patricia is doing, while I wouldn't go out of my way to call her a pedophile, but she does normalize certain behaviors in her rhetoric, And I hope, in my heart of hearts, that it's out of ignorance. That's the best case scenario. That's what I hope is going on. But that normalization, that discussion is still unsafe, especially considering her young and vulnerable audience. Like, there are a lot of people that are, teenagers or even younger themselves that watch Patricia. So speaking about these things so openly and ignorantly in the public eye as someone that is a big creator, it's dangerous. And it can spread a lot of misinformation. Yeah. So just because someone puts, and like a lot of times when Patricia is talking about these fantasies she puts herself in the position of the younger person. However, just because someone puts themselves in the position of the child in their fantasies doesn't mean that what they are doing aren't dangerous. Moreover, a lot of pedophiles, like predatory pedophiles is often the distinction made, that act upon their proclivities, which allegedly Patricia has acted on her proclivities, at least online, in direct conversation and contact with younger individuals. They will see themselves as younger than their true age when they're acting out their fantasies. That does not make them that age, for one thing. But a lot of times what will happen is that they will reverse that fantasy and put themselves in the role of the adult when acting it out. They cannot meaningfully behave as a child because they are not a child. So in efforts to fulfill that desire and fantasy, they'll settle for the inverse. And this is not something exclusive to like predators or pedophiles. Many people with harmless kinks do the same thing. When it's difficult to find someone to inflict their desires upon them, they will do the inflicting. And this is where I worry, because allegedly Patricia has shown herself capable of doing this. I will say that I do think studying the source and the nature of pedophilia is useful, but materially right now, from a harm reduction standpoint, we need to focus on reducing the negative effects, especially considering that she has a large audience. Pedophiles drawing child porn or getting off to lolicon isn't a solution, because if someone is genuinely a pedophile, this only serves as a method of repression rather than healing. And that will come up later in some of the documentation we have and some opinions that Patricia herself has stated regarding on how to cope with pedophilia disorder or POCD. In my personal opinion, I'm not super worried about people that have the hots for characters like Sailor Moon, or like anime girls that look more like big-eyed bugs and human children, or even people that participate in consensual age play scenes in the bedroom or in ERP, otherwise known as erotic roleplay. That's a little different. If you call your boyfriend daddy, I don't fucking care. I don't think anybody cares about that. I think it's natural to find, if somebody that you were close to, like a friend or a partner, chose to reveal that they're into this sort of thing, to like for that to be a beige flag and to want an explanation. But I think it's irresponsible to completely write them off. So yeah, this video is going to be very upsetting. Good to point out, Anthony. All right, comments from my guests. Their intent, if you guys want to go, starting again from left to right with Bella, is there anything you would like to add to that with your intent, and like going more into depth with why you're here and your opinion on the larger story overall?
I might push this off to other people at the moment, because again, I don't have a lot of direct involvement with Patricia. Obviously, I've seen a lot of the things that she has said on Tumblr in recent months, and I can certainly pull up examples of other people want to talk about them. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add at this particular point.
Yeah.
I sort of do. When it comes to the sort of suggestion that this can be safely practiced with other adults, every time I've seen it said, go to a prostitute or go to something of this nature, which, if just personally speaking, as somebody who has done a lot of sex work to survive in the past, that isn't a healthy way to handle this for yourself or the person you're hiring to enact these things. It's it can be, you can think you're fine in the moment, and then afterwards it really settles in, and even then, I think it says a lot if somebody says, "Ah, you're a pedophile." Yes, I will guide you to prostitution about this, because they see prostitutes as
A
something
tool
that
rather
can be
than a person.
abused. It's
Yeah.
a tool. Yes, a tool.
Disposable
It's
in a way.
disposable.
Yeah. And
Exactly. Very.
and we will be going a little bit over how we will be going more in depth with like how we treat this before I think we go into in depth into some of the direct accusations and evidence we have, because it's really important. Also, I want to mention in chat, yes, Patricia does have ties with a lot of left tube. As Anthony said, I don't think it's a reflection on the people she's collaborated with in the past. Many of these allegations are more recent than their collaborations. And again, as I've said before, every time someone has tried to come out and say something, they've been trampled and suffocated by her fans. Her fans are insufferable. Yeah. So
Yeah, I will bring up a little bit of, I guess, fact checking here, because this person did specifically mention H-bomb. I checked this a couple of days ago because Patricia has been referring to H-bomb a bit recently on her Tumblr. The last video H-bomb released that credited Patricia Taxxon in any way or form was released in January of 2019. I don't believe he has any recent ties to Patricia.
and if I go back to, I'm not going to go into depth on Jules's timeline just yet, but he's kind of laid out some dates, and the first call out kind of happened in 2021, 2022. That's when those things started coming out. So, like, anything prior to that, don't count that against creators. Moreover, unfortunately, I'm going to get into this because this is really difficult as a trans person to talk about. Trans people come under fire if they fucking fart the wrong way in public. You know, like, I think we can all understand that. Again, I do not make this video lightly. None of us are here lightly. I have been watching Patricia for years, and I have excused a lot. And I think in the effort of not, throwing a transgender woman under the bus, people have excused a lot. However, I think that certain people take advantage of that. We are a vulnerable community. And it is and I can't say for certain what people's mindset is, why they transition, why they identify as the way they identify. I don't think that gives me the right to gatekeep, but knowing that there's different sorts of people in the world and different ways of thinking, we can't discount that if somebody that is more predatory comes into our community, they're going to be like, oh shit, I'm a shark in a pond full of minnows, and they're going to eat everything they come across. Most people that are in this position that are predatory, their victims tend to be other trans people. So, like, pointing and saying, like, hey, you just don't like this person because they're trans. It's like, actually, most of their victims are trans. I care about them. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. Excusing this behavior because they're trans, or being like, you know what, I'm actually not going to say anything. You know what you're doing is that you're just opening up the possibility of another transgender person getting hurt. So I won't name names right now, but in the past there have been people in our community that have had sexual misconduct with other trans people who have been like, you know what? I don't want this person to get in trouble because transgender people get mistreated by the law and the general public. I understand that instinct, but I think we need to be careful with it, because if you let that person off scot-free, that person will then go on to find other hunting grounds with other transgender people, and it's just going to continue the cycle. I'm not going to name names.
Yeah. But yeah, none of us are here because we want to be light about this. This is a serious matter of discussion, and we want to make sure that our actions here are justifiable.
Yes.
Also, I would like to add something. There have been people talking about the things she has been doing since very early on. There have been people saying, hey, this is wrong, for a very long time. It's just when that person does not have a great internet presence, it gets ignored and tossed to the side very easily. And like, we had people in, I think it was 2018, 2016, maybe somewhere in there, where she was posting nudes online saying, hey, that's kind of fucked up. And that's why it's so hard to find hard evidence on people like Patricia, is they will do something, they will get blowback, and they will delete it, and then years pass, and you just see people talking about it on Twitter, Twitter, and it makes it hard to say this is exactly when and what happened, and there's no hard proof. And in some cases there are proof, but it's not from a place that people want to get proof.
Yeah. All right. On that note, Jules, was there anything you wanted to add or say?
I guess on the statement of, like, I'm like trying to get my thoughts together. I'm going to be a little frazzled during this whole call. I apologize in advance for that to the audience.
You are the closest to the situation of any of us, so I understand.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as, I guess, sort of trying to continue the train of thought that you were talking about, yeah, a lot of stuff is lost to time. Even some of my own testimony is gone because Patricia had her account hacked, her Discord account, fairly recently. I'm sure you can find her posts on it, but I no longer have access to a lot of those messages, especially since I deleted a lot of my information when that came out because I didn't want scammers having any of my personal details. So a lot of that has been lost. But so most of what I say today, aside from what's in the document, as far as what I've managed to capture from her private Twitter, and I will come out and say and confirm to the audience and possibly the peanut gallery that may be watching, it was in fact me who leaked her private Twitter tweets. I had given those to Krim as I felt that they demonstrated a pattern of behavior that was deeply toxic, and it showed what type of person she was willing to be when surrounded by people who she thought she wouldn't get blowback from. And I did not leak those lightly. There's some that I wish I had gotten. I will say Krim did leak some of these a bit early because Krim didn't know that a private Twitter account was like a thing you could have.
Yeah, I don't use Twitter.
So
I'm so sorry.
Once Patty saw that, she did pretty much delete her entire private Twitter. I think I got most of what I needed. There will be a couple of things I might go over in my testimony that unfortunately you will have to take with a grain of salt since I don't have the hard proof of it. You will, and I want the audience to sort of take this with a grain of salt. You don't need to trust me. I don't want people to trust me blindly when I say these things. I'm sure Patricia will have some type of response to this at some point, especially since I'm involved with it, especially since she's already vague posted about me on Tumblr a couple of times, very directly, I believe the last post she made about me, she literally said, "I know who leaked everything to the funny demon TMRA, and I want him to know that I know this." So she's,
She's pretty
not too happy
vindictive
with
about
me,
it.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, I will confirm I was the leaker. Uh, and you can take my testimony as is. You can, I'm sure, like I said, she'll probably have a response. You can see what Patricia's response may or may not be, react to that accordingly. I trust all of you. You're all grown-ups. You can make your own decisions on whether to believe me or not. Anything that doesn't have hard evidence for, I will be specifying that, just for the sake of full transparency. I don't have any desire to make things look worse than they actually are. Everything that I say, at least, on my own honor, as someone who is not really a public figure, but who was heavily involved, is that everything that I say will be the truth as best I can remember it, and I will, specify when certain things are vague, or I just don't have, complete memory of it. Just, again, for full transparency. Especially since I was so close to the situation, I really don't want to muddy the waters with misinformation. And I hope that comes through in how I speak about this, because much like Krim said, I don't want this to be sensational. I just want to give what I've experienced and sort of what happened. I don't consider myself a victim. Nothing I speak about today will be part of the more serious allegations necessarily. But I was deeply hurt. I will say that much. I will probably get vulnerable, but I don't want this to be like I said, sensational.
Yeah.
And
I would like to say it was not Krim that put out the images first. It was actually me.
oh,
So don't bring Krim for that one. That one was on me. I apologize.
I gotcha. I do forgive you. I think I got most of the evidence that's really necessary for this story. And like I said, for the things that aren't necessarily documentable, I'll give explanations for that when needed. Especially since so much of my testimony is just from personal experiences, some of which happened IRL, where you don't really have Discord logs. So there's going to be a lot of just, I guess, he said, she said type situation here. So I'll do the best that I can. And I'll pass it to the next person, because I can feel myself start to ramble.
Okay. And Raph.
So I did, like I mentioned, I didn't have any personal involvement with Patricia until just this year. But she first popped up on my radar in May of 2024. I didn't really engage with any of her work. I only knew about her through Tumblr. So I had a lot of awareness of her pattern of behavior without being fully aware of the scale of her audience or the scale of her actions. I'm mainly here to attest as someone with an outside perspective to my own experience with her audience, because shortly after she interacted with me directly, she blocked me.
Mm-hmm.
And so it wasn't so much anything that she did to me personally beyond making her audience aware of me. And as someone who doesn't have an online presence, let alone the kind of online presence that I personally curated, I suppose, it's it's not really my intention with being in this stream to sensationalize the experience I have. It's more so to establish that this is something that she does consistently to people that she knows she can get away with doing it to, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, I would like to, if that's everything, I'd like to go over some terms. Again, I know that this is like a lot of housekeeping. We're not actually talking about what Patricia has actually done. But I think it's really important that we understand this topic a lot before we delve into the specific situation. So, if I could grab, if somebody could grab, actually, this is the time where I need evidence. The screenshots. So if Bella, if you're there, if you could, I just realized that if you DM'd it to me, it would explode the actually, you know what? It should be fine.
Put them in the comments for the Discord call, I reckon.
Yeah. Just put it in the Discord call. I should be able to open that because I have it tabbed out. That should be fine. Yeah.
Oh, also, speaking of, because you are tabbed out, it is frozen and it makes me
No,
look like I am the.
No, it's not tabbed out anymore. I should say that I've cropped the Discord thing, so you should be able to send things into the Discord chat that we have, and I should be able to open them on the internets.
Excellent. What you need?
I need her talking about the therapist stuff with the what a therapist would tell you to do if you were a pedophile is what I'm looking for right now.
Okay, I'm going to start going on my hunt. Please continue your discussion while I go looking.
Okay, so our good friend Bella will grab it. They are a beast when it comes to grabbing that sort of thing. They're very good at this sort. So I'm just going to talk about what I want to talk about now. So Patricia has mentioned a couple times POCD, pedophilia, and OCD. So OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, is a condition in which you have frequent unwanted thoughts and sensations, otherwise known as obsessions, that cause you to perform repetitive behaviors or compulsions. The repetitive behaviors can significantly interfere with social interactions and performing daily tasks. OCD is usually a lifelong chronic condition, but symptoms can come and go over time. Everyone experiences obsessions and compulsions at some point. For example, it's common to occasionally double-check the stove or the locks. People also often use the phrase obsessing and obsessed very casually in everyday conversations. But OCD is more extreme. It can take up hours of a person's day. It gets in the way of normal life and activities, and obsessions in OCD are unwanted, and people with OCD do not enjoy performing compulsive behaviors. POCD specifically is not a sexual fixation on children, but the fear that you might be a pedophile. This can include intrusive thoughts, but as a rule, the thoughts cause only distress. Enjoying the thoughts precludes them from being intrusive and therefore cannot be marked as a symptom of POCD or OCD. Feeling guilty for enjoying sexual fantasies surrounding children is not the same as having POCD-related intrusive thoughts. In OCD, again, obsessions are unwanted, intrusive thoughts or mental images that cause intense anxiety. People with OCD can't control these thoughts. Most people with OCD realize that these thoughts are illogical or irrational. Suggesting that someone with POCD should draw pornography depicting children is like telling someone with germ-based OCD that they should take a bath in bleach. It is in direct opposition to suggested treatment because the goal of treatment should be to break the cycle of the obsession to compulsion to behavior. And then like I also have some notes about like the treatments, which are either medication, psychotherapy / talk therapy, and in very extreme cases, some people have done transcranial magnetic stimulation if all else fails. And the specific kind of talks therapy / psychotherapy that you would do in this situation is ERP, otherwise known as exposure and response prevention. During ERP, a therapist exposes you to your feared situation or image and has you resist the urge to perform a compulsion. Despite what Patricia claims, this does not include drawing child porn. It may include viewing non-exploitative materials of children or talking about or interacting with younger family members. And that is like the sort of flagship treatment for OCD. And also mindfulness techniques and such are also good to keep in mind. That being said, regardless of the decided treatment, behavior must change in order to treat OCD. Analyzing and attempting to find meaning in the obsessions in talk therapy is one big compulsion. So it's being like, well, maybe I was, abused as a child. Maybe I am like this because of this. That's just part of the cycle of OCD, which is why it's really important to get a therapist if you have OCD that is trained specifically and specializes in OCD. So getting the advice from a furry on the internet, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, attempting to find meaning and cause and effect and orbiting around the obsessions can be detrimental for people with the more taboo obsessions like pedophilia or harm obsessions. It can lead the person with OCD to believe that they are the content of their thoughts. POCD is also largely described as the fear of becoming a pedophile. If you have already abused children or you actively fantasize about children, this precludes a POCD diagnosis. So some examples of what POCD specifically can look like is the person feels the urge to perform compulsions or safety behaviors, not to look at child porn, not to touch anyone. It's the urge is like, whoa, I might be a pedophile. And then the compulsion is like, I'm not going to pick up my baby. As a new mother, I'm not going to play with my baby. I'm not going to touch my baby. I might wash my hands whenever I interact with children. It's that sort of thing. The compulsion is not to satisfy those urges. It is not the same as being a pedophile. It's a fear. Now, hold on a second.
Just found the third one, which is probably more related.
Yeah. So a pedophile experiences sexual thoughts, urges, attraction, fantasies that are ego-syntonic. That means they align with a person's self-concept, feelings, and desires. The sexual thoughts and feelings about children are pleasurable to the pedophile. But in someone with POCD, it's ego-dystonic, which means it goes in opposition to their values and who they are as a person. And a couple more things. It is important to note that the colloquial idea of obsession is in direct opposition to the psychological term. Colloquially, we might say that I'm obsessed with cartoons, I'm obsessed with Legos, but psychologically, an obsession is a persistent, unwanted thought, image, or urge that causes only distress. It is not enjoyable and it haunts the person experiencing it. It cannot be easily let go of. The psychological term that we are looking for when describing individuals such as Patricia can more accurately be described as a fixation. Now, a lot of people say that childhood trauma has an impact on the way the OCD and POCD develops. But there must be a biological or genetic factor as well. It's something that happens neurotically in the brain. Something is not wired correctly on a biological or genetic factor, on a genetic level. It's a neurological disorder, not purely a trauma response. You can't give someone that is not sort of predispositioned to having OCD by traumatizing them. So it's also something I wanted to mention. And I think lastly, in terms of the mental health stuff, and then I'll probably sort of look at the screenshots that Bella pulled up, is radical acceptance, because I see that thrown around too in these discussions. Radical acceptance can be an effective tool to alleviate undue grief. There are circumstances where radical acceptance alone may not be enough, or actually might be bad. Medication cannot be replaced with radical acceptance. Do not be like, well, I've been prescribed this, so I'm actually forget about it. I'm just going to radically accept my depression or schizophrenia. That's dangerous. Abuse. Radical acceptance can help manage intense emotions related to surviving abuse. However, it is not helpful or safe when you are actively, physically, or emotionally being abused at the time. Avoidance, using radical acceptance to avoid addressing a situation you have the power to change, is not helpful. And excusing unhealthy behaviors. A component of radical acceptance means embracing all emotions as part of your humanity rather than fighting or ignoring unpleasant emotions. But radically accepting unhealthy behaviors, such as rageaholism or, I don't know, like viewing exploitative material of children, is not an excuse to act on those feelings. It's an excuse for, it's not an excuse. It's an explanation and a way to accept behavior. It is, sorry, I misspoke. Radical acceptance is about accepting emotions. It is not about accepting behavior. And I think with that, I will look at some of the documents. And I haven't been looking at chat because I also really want to throw up.
Okay, so I've pulled up two examples. Probably the second one's the most relevant because it's also the most recent. This is from December 15th of last year, so less than a month ago.
Okay, so my Discord's going to look kind of weird. Open in... Okay, I got to make sure I have the right window opened up and then go open in browser. So, sorry, my Discord looked a little bit weird. So... would you like me to read them out?
Yeah, by all means.
Shout out to people who process their trauma by fetishizing it. Big ups to twisting the worst thing that happened to us into a source of pleasure. Confronting the plasticine and ever-evolving nature of memory and imagination for the win. And then somebody that is censored says, is that healthy? And Patricia says, I'm happier than I've ever been. And the other person says, that doesn't really answer that question. Go to therapy. And then Patricia says, my therapist knows that I have 2 online dads who do unspeakable things to me every day for fun and has offered zero resistance to this. This was 2 years ago. Well, I guess it's more like a year ago because it's the end of 2023 and we're at the beginning of 2024. Or 2025, sorry.
And for the record, I brought it out there, people, just because, yeah, we don't want to have to drag anyone into this who does not want to be dragged into it.
Exactly. The second one. I appreciate how you can be so open about incest fetishism. It's interesting how play can be healing and helpful for processing past trauma. If you don't mind sharing, how were you able to find a therapist that was approving of that? P.S. If a weird trans girl tells you you're like a sister to me... You're like a sister to me. She wants to fuck you so bad she's about to commit arson. Post was a big hit with my girlfriend and her big sister. Her big sister. I'm throwing up in my mouth. Patricia answers. How were you able to... Patricia says, how were you able to find a physicist who believes in the second law of thermodynamics? I don't know. I just picked one. This was said weeks ago. This is a recent post. I'm going to say right now that if you're a pedophile, your therapist would rather you draw child porn for yourself if it meant you wouldn't suppress your desires. Like, I don't know her, but it's true. No, as we have spoken about, if you have POCD, no, you should not be doing that. Yes, talking about your younger family members or looking at pictures of children not doing exploitative things, like if you look at, here's my niece playing with her dad, or that's what you would do with POCD specifically. If you're a pedophile, No, you should not be engaging. Yeah, it's. You might think that you're not suppressing yourself when you draw like lolicon or whatever. But if you're a pedophile and you're drawing lolicon, you are suppressing yourself. You are not healing, you're suppressing your desires. And human beings can only take so much suppression and repression until they break. And that looks different. That could lead to acting on those desires, or it could lead to a mental breakdown that would be dangerous to the individual as well. It's not. This is such a hard topic. I would like to think that somebody that, like, oh, fuck, I think I might have these desires. I would like to think that a decent person would try to be responsible about that. And I wish we lived in a world where people could get treatment for this. But actively suppressing your desires by drawing fucking lolicon or something is not helpful. All right, like, definitely provided that you are in therapy or have some other grounding force in your life, controlled exposure and acceptance beats repression when it comes to reducing harm to yourself and others. Again, this is not exposure. This is not, you can't treat pedophilia like that. However, I'm 3 for 3 now with therapists that have encouraged me to act on my particular desires with loved ones, and the ones who I was seeing for POCD told me he'd offer the same thing if I was genuinely afflicted. Limited sample size, but from others' testimony, I'm confident that I'm correct. I am confident that she's incorrect.
No, absolutely the fuck not. Okay, listen. I'm being quiet. I'm being good. I'm being quiet. I'm being good. But this is the... I actually have education in this. This
As
is
do
the
I.
biggest bitch of fucking horseshit. This is
Dangerous.
This is enabling pedophilia. That is what this is. I'm sorry. I'm a victim of pedophilia multiple times by multiple people. I went into my education wanting to understand what happened to me. There is no realm of thought, Jungian, anything that says that this is an acceptable treatment or way to treat pedophilia or POCD. This is the way you train a pedophile into assaulting people. That is all you are doing.
All right.
I also briefly want to speak on this because
Yes.
okay. So for a little bit of context, I've been around like IRL, like in my town, physical, like kinky spaces before.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to interact with age players before. These are people who play with dynamics that a lot of people would find pretty disturbing if acted out in front of them. You know, people wearing diapers and shit like that. I have seen these people. I feel the need to create a difference between that and what Patricia is saying here. Because
if somebody, Bella, while Jules is talking, sorry to interrupt you, could you find that whole that, like, this is people that call their boyfriend daddy are not the same as me thing?
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, continue, Jules. Sorry about that.
So you have to understand when people are like into like the weird like age regression stuff for sexual pleasure or whatever, that person is still an adult. I feel like it's pretty hard to recreate the idea of a pedophilic scenario in a situation like this where you have two adults, especially if you go to some place like a dungeon. They only let adults in. It's all with consenting people who are all adults. I'm imagining that most of the time when Patricia is saying, like, I have two online dads who do unspeakable things to me every day for fun, she's referring to just, like, grown men who she does ERP with. Yeah. That I don't really have a problem with.
Same.
But the drawing of child porn for yourself, if you are a pedophile, that is the part that I take issue with. As if it's some kind of exposure therapy, for reasons that people have already stated. it's not an effective way to treat anything. Even if, like, you were referring to kink itself, I've spoken with multiple experts. I've spoken with people who are leaders in my local community, and we've talked about the things like this before. Kink is not therapy, even when practiced healthily. It can be good for some people, but it's not a replacement for mental health. And any dungeon worth their salt is not going to want like actual people with like dangerous pedophilia or other like really dangerous paraphilias to show up in those spaces. Um, and it's deeply disturbing to see trying to justify things like this to an impressionable audience. Like, I know her Tumblr says 18 plus on it. I know there's minors there. She can't really control that, but there's a lot of people seeing this information and taking it to heart, and it's just like deeply worrying to me, especially since drawing, like, I don't know if it's the case in the US, but I know in Canada, at least where you live, Krim, there's laws against these things, at least in writing. I don't know about drawing it.
I would like to speak out on this specifically. Yes, I am from Canada. It is illegal to create or distribute written or drawn like pornography depicting children. It is not it is unfortunately it's a very complicated topic. It is not enforceable. Moreover, you can still go down to our local bookstore like Indigo or Chapters, basically the Canadian equivalent of Barnes and Nobles, and grab a copy of Lolita by Nabokov. I think that we really need to make a distinction here between someone... Okay, I'm a horror fan, and I enjoy certain contentious content. If you look on my channel, like one of the first Let's Plays I have available is on the coffin of Andy and Lele. This is not because I enjoy incest or I have incestual feelings towards my family. If I did have those feelings towards my family, I probably should avoid that kind of material. That being said, the human mind is an amazing construct, and when we encounter topics that horrify and disturb us, a really good way to kind of prep or like process those feelings about something that disturbs us is to use our imagination, and sometimes that involves art and written work and music. There are people like Kurt Cobain and like artists like Korn and again Nabokov that have written about this subject. I would not say that that makes them pedophiles. They're like, man, these people are fucked up. I need to think about that in my brain. If you are someone that feels an attraction or an urge, probably would be bad for you to fixate on those songs. And this is going to come up later. Or those pieces of art or those novels. It is different to be like, I got to rotate this around in my brain and think about it like just so that I can process it versus like I have a fixation and an attraction. Acting on it or fixating on it and feeding that fixation is unhealthy. Go ahead, Sheev.
Well, that is what I was trying to say when I say this is how you train a pedophile into assaulting somebody. Kink is over here. Kink is not involved with this. But there are people like Patty who are bringing kink into it and saying, my wanting this is kink, while also talking about how this is a fixation and an impulse for them. And there is a sheer cliff of a difference between these two things. When you're wearing diapers and you're doing kink, you are not a pedophile. But the issue is there are people bringing it in and saying, yes, I'm going to use my fascination with pedophilia, and this is how I'm going to get an outlet for it, and this is my therapy, and this is how I'm going to handle it. And they are actively making that fascination and that obsession and that desire worse. No, but I'm not saying that somebody who is into kink is doing that. It is these people over here who are using it as an outlet and are using extreme acceptance as an excuse. That's
Yeah.
the real issue. It's
Mhm.
not it's not kink. I live
Yeah.
kink.
Like if you think the fucking redheaded twins from the Oron High School anime are hot and you want them to, I don't care. That's not the same thing. That's not what we're talking about. I don't care. It literally does not matter to me. Do whatever you want. I don't care. If you think your own sibling is hot, maybe dial that in a little bit. Maybe think about therapy and like processing that with a professional. Do not go and then like this is not the same thing. I think those specific extreme kinks should be relegated to private spaces and not paraded all over your public persona as a YouTuber. I think that's a bad idea because things can get blurred. It's just a private thing unless you have content. Like I follow a couple of YouTubers that have like a sexual health related content and talk about their personal interests. That's a little different, but in this, unless that's what that's the audience that you're sort of addressing, then like maybe just fucking chill a little bit. Have some boundaries.
I mean, we've already had this issue with her not having boundaries
Yeah,
with no warning.
but this goes above and beyond boundaries, and like she is encouraging people to practice unsafe behaviors.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take my throat's getting really dry because I'm really nervous and afraid. Because I'm an anxious little butt. Yes, please, Bella, please do. I'm gonna take a little.
Okay, so this is also related to, I guess, what we're talking about. So this is the one that's currently up on screen. With Anonymous going, like an anon person on Tumblr going, sorry, I'm going to have to unfollow you. Being a dad fucker instead of a sibcon, shaking my head. On a serious note, though, what's that like? Faux-cest of any kind is still thought of as ew, gross by normies, but it's still, like, fairly normalized to call your boyfriend daddy or something. Is that more relieving since it's like, okay, I can talk about at least one aspect without getting tomatoes thrown at me? Or is it worse because it's like, you guys are almost there. Why are you mad at me for taking it to its logical conclusion? We're cousins. And Patricia responds, I don't think people who call their boyfriend daddy are expressing the same thing that I'm expressing when I say I want to be a child being sexually exploited in the most intense power dynamic that the society is capable of producing. And I don't think it's hypocritical when those people think I'm taking it a step too far. Like, that's just a pet name. It's not a kink dynamic.
Yeah, so Patricia states herself that this is not kink. She is very much separating this from just like a daddy dom thing. This is something else. And she is not putting... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, to interject a little bit as far as her wording, I believe here she's saying, like, calling someone daddy is just a pet name, not a kink dynamic, where she's stating she wants to be in, like, the most intense possible, like, dom-sub dynamic that you can have, I think is what she is
my bad.
Here.
Yeah, I misread that.
No, you're good. But, I mean, it doesn't really change much in the realm of, like, she's still trying to link having pedophilic desires with wanting to be in this type of relationship. I don't have anything, like, against, like, full-time, like, 24/7 dom sub people. That's sort of, you know, everyone lives the lifestyle that they prefer. It's up to them. But I do think that it's a bit much.
Yeah, and even if she is not even if in her hearts of hearts this is all just kink and play to her, the rhetoric blurs lines that should not be blurred.
Yes.
And that's what's going to be dangerous. Patricia is at the end of the day just one individual, but she's got a lot of eyeballs on her.
No, not
Yeah.
really.
Now I know that she also had a post where she talked about abusing her own father, like
Oh,
being the
I
one
would
in the
like,
more dominant position
Nice.
there.
yeah,
And I,
the
I'll
one
see
where
what I
she
can do.
says that she wants to be mind controlling the person abusing. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
There's one where she specifically says she wants to be the abusee that is the abuser because she's mentally controlling them.
yeah. She has stated multiple times that she wants to be like she has like shown interest in being on either end of the spectrum, usually
Yeah.
with an older partner. But and we're gonna get into this soon. But she has had direct interactions with young people, and I'm not talking just like, oh, she was 18 and they were 16, or she was 18 and they were 17, or she was 19, and it was a significant age gap, where there's no excuse, where this person did not resemble an adult at all. And I'm not going to get into specifics, because again, out of respect for the individuals that have asked for to be left out of it, I'm not going to bring up that specific testimony, but it is relevant to the situation to say that there has been misconduct with younger people.
Yeah.
So she has flipped it already before. This is not like a theoretical thing, allegedly.
Mhm.
I believe I found the one you're talking about. If you want to check the chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Bella.
Yeah. What's your favorite flavor of incest? Not in the what's your favorite relationship way, but what's the best way to execute it? 1, manipulate and groom me with warmth and kindness until I am hopelessly ensnared and think it's all my fault, but you can reassure me that I'm good and it's normal. And 2, what if I had mind control superpowers and got everything I wanted forever, and even though I'm just a kid, wouldn't that be cool? There's something that is a little bit more specific about that, but where she specifically says she
I'll
wants.
see.
Yeah, sorry, Bella. Like cracking my whip, I suppose. But yes, she has stated that she just wants to do like one of her fantasies is just elder abuse. So.
Are you confusing that with part of my testimony, which isn't really related to like public kink posts that she's made on
No,
Tumblr? Or
she made a public post. She made a public post about
okay,
it. Yeah. I remember reading it.
crazy how
and
that comes up twice.
Yeah, crazy how it comes up multiple times. How it just keeps on. We're just in a weird. Sorry, I'm fine. Okay.
You're good, Graham. It's okay. You're good. You're doing good.
And like this post that's on screen in particular it's one of those things where it's like if this was like maybe like a private group chat between her and her like daddy dom or whatever, be like a little weird, but it's like fine, I guess. Like, why are you like kinkily interacting with your audience?
Yeah.
It's kind of, I don't know. It strikes me as irresponsible.
Yeah,
she's been doing this for a while.
Cilantro mixture is the hashtag she uses for her personal posts because of a album she made.
Yeah, it's a reference to a song she wrote.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a daddy dom situation and you need punishment, I think the ultimate punishment for Patty would be no posting on Twitter or Tumblr today. That is your punishment. I think that would actually. She read like that.
Okay, I think there's something in the chat.
Yeah.
No, it's just that.
Oh no, it's different. Okay.
This is the issue that I'm making fun of a little bit here is she cannot stop posting. She just cannot.
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
It's part of the problem, yeah.
It's just like it's a fixation at this point. And I'm not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
I'm not gonna make any diagnoses. But like I think it's clear that it's a fixation. At least I'm not gonna like that's a
Oh,
symptom
yeah.
that we can observe. We don't have to diagnose that necessarily.
I have no plans to. It's just some people really, really, really need to practice stepping away from the computer when you are upset, and that would end so many problems. I can't, baby jail. Ugh.
Yeah. So this one, I read some trashy hentai about this recently, and I discovered that scenarios of kids using hypnosis on some other cartoony mind control powers that every kid dreams of having to get their way with a relative they have a dumb kid crush on might be one of the hottest things imaginable. Ugh. This shit is so niche. I learned to write erotica at age 14 just so I could jot it down for myself and no one else. Don't beat your autistic child or they'll get extremely fucking weird.
Um,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Okay.
My only comment on this is why please get a diary. Why do you have to say this to your audience? Look, I say this as someone who had to associate myself with her professionally for a little bit. It was a regular thing where I had to weigh like when to cut things off. This is the sort of thing I let slide because I'm not going to get too deep into this because we're not in the testimony section yet, but there was a period of time where I thought she was going to separate her like professional, like I'm going to work in film side of her career from whatever, like her internet shittery. And she never did that. Her business cards have her rant Sona on them and just linked to the same places as usual. And there was I've regularly had conversations where I had to be like, well, I guess we'll just have to hope that people who want to work with her just look at her Bandcamp and they don't check her Tumblr.
Yeah. Anyway,
It's really a lot.
my advice, keep inside thoughts on the fucking inside. Sorry to get all close and personal with the mic, but Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway,
Sorry.
how are we doing?
My,
Let's do a little mental health check. How's everybody doing?
my cat went to the vet this morning, and he is wearing a cone, and he got stuck. And my doors have little doors for them to go through, and he got his stupid fat cone head stuck in it, so I had to run and unstick my cat. I'm great.
How are you guys?
I just wanted to mention that I don't really have a whole lot of time to hang out on the stream, so
Okay.
we're not like super close to when I have to leave, but we are getting kind of up there. I think I have about maybe an hour and 15 minutes left.
Okay.
I know that Raph had some specific stuff to go over with regards to his points. So
Yeah.
maybe we should carve out a little bit of time for that because I know that he posted some screenshots as well. So maybe after this one, we sort of pivot to that.
Yeah. I think I'm good to turn this over to somebody else, right? Oh, Bella had another little post. Open in browser. What are your thoughts on the youth liberation movement, says an Anon. And Patricia says, you will not get an unbiased take on this from me. And somebody asks, what's your biased take? And she says, I am 6 years old and I deserve to have control over all the adults who hurt me. And the other person says, honestly, I can get behind that. And Patricia says, you don't have a choice. So this is Patricia, who I believe, is she 24 or 26?
She's 24.
She's a little older than me, but I think she's 24 or 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Patricia is a grown-ass woman, and she is appropriating the youth liberation movement for her fetish. And the youth liberation movement is to give children rights and autonomy and education, and get them out from under controlling abusive parents. Patricia does not have to worry about this. She is an adult. She can do whatever the fuck she wants. She can be if she wanted to be, she could be financially bleh. What's the independent? Financially independent. Yeah, sorry, when my brain has Swiss cheese holes in it. She could be financially independent if she wanted to be. Now, recently, she said that she wished she could be reparented for another 20 years, rather than live on her own, which I think points to her kind of on an instinctual level, knowing that she probably should be in some kind of institution. I think Patricia, I'm not going to make any diagnoses, but as somebody who was, when I was a young adult, like in my early 20s, I was in the shelter system and I did stay in a group home once or twice. I think she would probably do pretty well in a group home for autistic adults. I think that would be great for her. You get your own room and like you have some independence, but you have someone with you all the time that can check in on you and make sure you're doing okay. That is my personal good ending hope in this situation. I'm kind of anti-prison and I'm not vindictive and I don't like people being punished. That's my ideal scenario here, and I hope that that's the situation she finds herself in someday. But yeah, what an odd thing to say.
That's what we're putting in.
This is one of those posts where it doesn't even seem like a fetish post anymore. It's just sort of like it's really hard for me to parse, is what I'm saying.
It's weird.
It's
strange.
Like
it's a fixation. It's a fixation, I would say.
It's a control fantasy, is what it is. It's control.
I think so the document that we're reading. Yeah, hold on. I want to figure out how I want to do this because I've got they're not all in one image and it's like a Discord conversation.
Well, we need to give the caterpillar.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is the stuff that it's Raph stuff that I have up on screen right now, and I'm figuring out how I want to share that.
Share the direct screen messages. There, I just sort of wanted to rephrase what I said in them for the most part.
All right.
So, when I became aware of Patricia for the second time in July of 2024, it was for a post she had made where she inexorably linked her paraphilias to her own queerness and her own autistic experience. No, it was the one where she was talking about the radical acceptance of her POCD.
Yeah, and that's not what radical acceptance is. If I could find that link, it would be good. If Bella can find it first.
Which one are you looking for at the moment?
The radical acceptance one.
Oh boy, let's see what I can do.
Continue, Raph.
So when I became aware of that post, I sort of immediately clocked that this wasn't her attempting to alleviate the distress of her intrusive thoughts, but more of a way to normalize them to herself. Because the thing about POCD and about OCD is that these intrusive thoughts are always distressing and disturbing. And you are supposed to feel ashamed of those thoughts. They elicit a strong internal distress response. And sort of trying to brush off these thoughts without digging deeper into why that she's having them and caring about when they happen is less of a direct intentional attempt to deconstruct where the compulsion is coming from. And
You're not supposed to do that, by the way, with OCD. You're not supposed to deconstruct where it comes from. It's actually part of the compulsion to do so.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's my bad.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just want to be clear. Like it might, like intuitively, it might seem healthy, but it actually isn't. Because it's just, you know, it's just fixating
Lending more
on.
faith.
It's actually part of the behavior, from like going to the obsession to the compulsion to the behavior. So you actually shouldn't fixate on the cause of the compulsion.
I'm not 100% sure. You might want to look over this one before reading it out or anything, but... And this was part of Raf's sort of master post of things Patricia has said in recent history.
All right, you can continue, Raf. Sorry about that.
Oh, I thought we had...
Oh, I thought you had more to say. I apologize.
No, that's fine. It's very interesting to me that even before Patricia first interacted with me directly, that I already had such a strong grasp of the kind of person that she was. Because I think having that sort of prior understanding really helped to keep myself protected from what she would later go on to do, because I didn't feel this sort of compulsion to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yes. And like, how do I say this? Again, I personally don't give a shit if you have the hots for Sailor Moon or one of those bug-eyed anime girls. I don't care. If you're like weird about them, like I think it's weird, but like whatever. I think if you knowingly have fantasies that fixate on the character being young, it's a little bit, it's complicated, because I am willing to admit there is some gray area, but that's not, and we can discuss where we want to draw that line, but I need you to know that this line that she is drawing, this thing that she's talking about, is not in that gray area that we often have debates about. This is so far out there. This is not moderate. This is not the gray area where it's like, well, you know, is it bad? Is it wrong? Nabokov, like Lolicon, like this is not that. This is so far out there. I need you to understand that. This is not the gray area.
But I think that's also is if the character design itself is your interest and not the age of the character, that is where the line is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's blurry. Again, Sailor Moon, for example, she looks like a grown ass woman. If you're like, wow, I don't know what Sailor Moon is. This character is pretty, and I think that I like her, and I have a crush on her. I'm not going to be like, ooh, you are a pedophile. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go into these situations with good faith. And, like, especially with, like, more ambiguous designs like you see in anime, I don't fucking care. That's not what this is. This is so far beyond that. And I think we need to be very clear with that this is not the gray area that she kind of sometimes pretends that it is, or that other people pretend that it is. This is out there, you know?
Yeah.
Nabokov isn't even a good example since Humbert is undeniably in the wrong for dating Dolores. Yeah, but it's sometimes brought up as part of that gray area. It's complicated. And there's different shades of gray. But this is not that. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
The thing with Lolita in particular is people, especially when you read it in high school, like I did, there are people at certain ages that will just blow right past the point of he made Humbert absolutely evil, and Humbert is sitting there going, no, it's fine because of this, no, it's okay because of this. And it's that people don't understand the writer's intention was to make this man evil and bad, and all his excuses mean nothing. And the Lolita, the fascination, is actively running away from him, trying to get away from him, obviously being hurt, and Humbert refuses to acknowledge that. That's the evil there, and people just cannot see it. I guess forest through trees,
Yeah.
sort of situation.
Well, it's because Nabokov was like, "Hey, what an absolutely awful kind of person. I need to understand what somebody like this could be like in real life, rather than like the spooky boogeyman of this like shadowy predator that we tend to imagine when we think of these people." I know that like a lot of nastiness is thrown out, and perhaps rightly so, towards predators, but the danger in dehumanizing predators is that you will get preyed on, or somebody that you are friends with could prey on someone else without your knowing. We need to acknowledge that predators and pedophiles are human beings, and anybody is capable of that sort of evil. And if we have this caricature of what they are in our mind, then people that are doing these things can slip from under the radar. So we need to be careful. And like, I hope in my heart of hearts that this is all coming from a place of ignorance and a place of pain with Patricia. I genuinely hope that that's the case. And I'm wanting to challenge what she's saying about these things, because I think they're dangerous, even if they're coming from a place of ignorance and pain. And they need to be challenged, and they have gone largely unchallenged until now, outside of like a very vocal minority on websites like Tumblr. And I like to think the best of people. And again, I hope this is out of a place of ignorance. I hope. And I hope she learns better one day. But, like, ugh. There's been some things that she's said that I'm just like, girl, please stop. All right. So I think now is probably a good time to move on to, or sorry, I guess we were already, Raph, did you have anything else to say?
If it's all right, I would like to shift the topic to my own experience, just to make sure that we cover it before I have to leave.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, when I interacted directly with Patricia on January 3rd of 2025, I did not even reblog directly from her. I reblogged another person's take, who was disagreeing with her, and added on that Patricia is unfortunately infamous for her bad takes. I was being very light-handed there because I didn't want to outright accuse her of anything, but I did mention that the line of logic she had deposed in, not deposed. I'm sorry. The line of logic she had used in her taboos are inexorably queer and her POCD posting was that having a radical ambivalence to people who are sexualizing children because they might be mentally ill was something that I found discredit-worthy, and that she was being given a lot of attention and credence from her audience because of her marginalization. And that she would, I already knew at the time that she likes to send her followers after people, either through vaguing or direct mention, while also immediately obscuring the actual argument she had. And then she immediately did that. She reblogged directly from me, alleging that she was, quote, at the end of her fucking rope, and repeated that she didn't say any of it, and accused me of writing fan fiction about her in her activity feed. I responded to that with multiple instances where she did, in fact, say pretty much exactly that, only to receive a 4-word response and an immediate block. Um, like,
She does state many times that she gets really upset when people misunderstand her. But what it often seems to me is that she gets frustrated that people disagree with what she says.
Yeah.
Like it's like, no, you literally said that. You're just mad that people don't agree with you, it seems.
It's very common, I've noticed,
Many
in
such
this sort
cases.
of person. In many such cases, they get really upset when you disagree and they say, no, you misunderstand me. It's like, no, I'm understanding you perfectly well. My English is not that bad. I understand you. I don't agree with you.
I'm trying to look for the post that you mentioned specifically, Raph.
I am currently compiling it for
it
you.
should
Oh
it should be
boy,
underneath the
compiling. Jesus.
clarification in the document.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Or Igor.
Whoosh, whoosh. Yeah.
But
Perform my little monkey. Anyway, what was that, Raph?
like within the hour that Patricia had reblogged from and subsequently blocked me,
Mhm.
I am receiving harassing asks, completely off Anon, in fact. I don't know if that's because I had my Anons turned off, or if they were just that willing to be mask off about speaking to me on this. But one of the first asks I got was, you shouldn't just make up dumb shit about trans women to bring into unrelated arguments. And that same person, after I once again reaffirmed that the only thing I said was that she has uh um is that she has meltdowns every time someone brings up things that she says, and has openly admitted to being disingenuous about taking accountability for her actions. That person went on to say that what I had replied with didn't matter and that I was a shit person, and then continued to reaffirm that regardless of anything that I said.
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Literally saying, I didn't read all that shit because you're a bad person.
now,
Um,
sorry, go ahead, Raph. Sorry to cut you off.
I think the one thing that finally actually got under my skin was maybe 2 days later, where someone attempted to uh, sort of explain to me why my perspective was incorrect. Um, and misinterpreting what I said to basically boil it down to implying that I had said we should kill all pedophiles, when that was in no way what I said on the original post or in any of the responses that I had made at that point,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where I eventually just blew up because it was plainly obvious that they had not read my post. And after blowing up, they implied that I was not in a state of mind where I was able to healthily participate in this discourse. They approached me first and consistently doubled down regardless of anything that I said to them. It made me deeply, deeply upset. But the worst part of my interaction with Patricia is that because she blocked me, I did not receive any notification of what people were saying about me in direct response, and had to seek out someone who was not blocked in order to view any of those responses. My mental health was speculated on. I was called a transmisogynist multiple times. Um, I was accused of kink shaming, of having a reactionary view on sexuality. I was accused of Calvinism,
Wow.
and
Yeah, I will
yeah,
I will say that before we go too much farther into this specifically, I think there's something to be said about if you make it's very interesting because there's an individual, I don't want to bring any hate to her, but she kind of crossed Patricia's path. And what I've noticed, I thought about reaching out to her and inviting her on to this, but what I've noticed in these situations when there's a trans woman involved, everybody goes for the trans woman, even if they say that they're doing this to protect trans women. So I'm not going to mention this person by name, but this is coincidentally a person that Patricia had like a public spat with, that disagreed with her, and she's also gets like a lot of people nitpicking her, and I think it's probably related crowds. And I think there's something to be said, like, if you publicly and, like, respond to, like, a public figure on the internet, like, you might not like what happens afterwards. I think there's something to say about that. That being said, and I'm not, as much as I have such an fixation on the bite model. We're not going to go into that today. But there's like sort of like this cult of personality surrounding Patricia. So it gets a little bit more intense when it's an individual like Patricia rather than an individual just like some YouTuber or some like Tumblr darling, you know? So I think there's something to be said about like, hey, whoa, I'm getting all these fucking angry people at me in my anons because I publicly responded to a post disagreeing with the person. How could I have ever have prevented that? I think there's something to be said for that, but at the same time, like as somebody that is also getting put through the Patricia Taxxon fandom meat grinder, this is a little different. This is vindictive and it is sadistic. It's a little bit different.
There's a very steep difference between having a following and responding to somebody, and people from your following going over there and being like, "Hey, fucker, listen here," and then you having a following and shaking a bit of meat in front of them, going, my mental health," and then throwing it at the person who said something about you and sending all your little white dog goon squad over there. There's a massive difference, you know.
Yeah, I would say that that's more what happened here with Raf and with myself as well. I haven't been as public in my responses to these people as Raf has, I think, because I do have my YouTube channel to think about. But yes, if
I've just been ignoring them.
if you would like to continue, Raf, I'm sorry for interjecting
no.
there.
You're perfectly fine. One of the things that is very striking to me about Patricia's response to my post and the subsequent maelstrom that I was faced with is that at the time I had all of 19 followers.
Yeah.
Not to mention I am very open publicly about being a Black transgender man. and about my own mental health struggles, my history with abuse, I actually have a lot of similar marginalizations to Patricia from what she's spoken about. I am transgender. I am a abuse survivor. I survived child sexual abuse. Um, but the main instance of separation and what I think caused the response to me specifically to be as harsh as it was is because I was a Black man speaking up about a white woman.
I would
Oh,
say that
definitely.
that would
That's
not be inaccurate.
Um,
Many such cases.
yeah,
well,
it
with
was
Patty.
it's something that I am aware of. It is something that I am deeply aware of because of my position being transmasculine and Black. But I was very surprised to see it sort of
Play out.
brought to my front door.
Yeah.
Like, especially in the responses that I had to have someone else find for me, being accused of being unhinged and sexually harassing her for restating my point,
Yeah.
um, put me in a very precarious situation emotionally where I felt that I was not only uh, defending my original point, but sort of defending the perception that I am a potential sexual predator in waiting, which is
I
something that has deeply affected my mental health prior to my interaction with Patricia, uh, and just sort of was brought back up by the amount of people who were alleging that anything that I had said to her was in any way motivated by the desire to honestly, I don't even know what logically could have been interpreted as sexual harassment or even potential sexual harassment,
I
besides the fact that it was kink posts allegedly that I had brought into this brought into the discussion, but pedophilia is not a kink,
Yeah,
and she
that's
was in every piece of evidence that I responded with, talking directly about her pedophilia and incest fetishism.
well, that's the
I
damage there. You make your pedophilia into your kink, and then whenever somebody brings it up, you can therapy speak it into you
I,
are you
I
are kink shaming me.
I would like to say
I
that
also
I
want
don't
to.
want to make any absolute statements on what is going on in Patricia's head and her heart regarding what her interests are. I'm just saying that the behaviors that she's speaks of and tries to normalize, it's not safe to speak of pedophilia and POCD the way that she does. I don't think we should say with any definitive sort of,
All right, I will
let's
rewind.
not,
This
yeah.
could be what she's doing. I personally, in my opinion, think she might be doing this thing where you therapy speak it into being unapproachable as an issue because it is the mental health type stuff
Yeah,
where it is not. Is that better?
yeah.
Did I do better?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's mostly that like we can't know exactly what's going on and you can't diagnose something like this unless you are a therapist in a therapeutic setting. Some of the
Yeah.
things that she said and the behaviors she's done normalize things that should not be normalized. But I'm not going to say one way or the other what she is or what's in her head or her heart because I can't know that. Were you saying something, Jules? I'm sorry. I think you got a little cut
Oh,
off there because of Discord lag.
no, it's okay. I just didn't want to interrupt what people were saying. I sort of, I'm going to say I agree with you there. I don't think we should speculate on, like, even I, as someone who's known her for 6 years, can't really parse everything about what like. I can give a couple of my opinions later on when we get to my section, but uh, I, I don't think it's a good idea to, like, like we've been saying, diagnose her with a specific affliction or paraphilia when we don't know for sure, because that's like a pretty big accusation. But
Mine is
I
so
wanted to
bad.
circle back around to the concept that Raph brought up, where he was being accused of sexual harassment for this, because I noticed it also apply. I saw it in Krim's replies as well, when Krim like leaked some of the information that I had given him, the
Now,
screenshots.
now, do we want to go over those screenshots now, or do you want to save that for after your timeline?
I don't. I'm willing to do either. I feel like this is a fair time to go over them, since Raph was presenting them when as part of evidence.
Yeah.
I figured now is as good time as any to go over those. But I guess whilst, and if any of those are getting brought up on screen, just to like make a point here, I'm very floored at the fact that people are trying to claim that any of the leaks or any of the screenshots that I leaked are sexual harassment in any way, because they aren't. There were kink posts on the private Twitter. A lot of it is on main now. Really, it's just more incest stuff. It's nothing really all that important. Uh, Everything, at least from as far as I am aware, as if I didn't leak them, everything that I've leaked, I thought was either relevant to her attitudes towards other people, or they were some type of belief that she had that she felt she couldn't speak on main. Or it was something like related to either of those two things. I saw people claiming that people were like looking up not safe for work kink posts on her private Twitter and like leaking those, and it's like, that's not what this is. Please spare me, actually, from trying to claim that any of the people who have spread my leaks are sexual harassers, especially when we've seen what Patricia has done, and especially when we've seen what she's said about like apologies and the notion of such things. Like, spare me. That's all I have to say. It's really absurd that this is being brought up, and I think anyone who is claiming that should be ashamed of themselves, respectfully. Like, it's awful, and honestly, I'm sorry to both you and Raph that either of you have had to deal with those types of accusations because of these leaks. Anyone who's making that accusation is completely unserious, for lack of a better way to put it.
All right, I am gonna hide the YouTube chat so we can fully read them. I will say again, originally, Jules came forward to me and it's like, "Hey, I really want something to do about someone to do something about this. You seem like a good person to come to." I am. She was very specific about, like, "Hey, like these are, I'm only sharing this with you because I think they're relevant." That being said, I did not know that you could make Twitter private. I did not know that that was a thing you could do. I thought that these were out there somewhere for all to see, that this was just her not safe for work alt. I didn't realize it was not public. That being said, I should have been more perceptive and more careful when Jules shared this with me. I don't think that these should remain a secret, but I do regret sharing them with anybody, including in private conversations with people that I trusted, and in public on Tumblr. She has kind of always been involved in this effort from the get-go, and I was always going to call upon him to do whatever I planned on doing because he was the one who originally brought these concerns to me. So he was always involved. So yes, I did talk to Sheev about this. Because I was like, "Hey, what should I do? Like, what's your advice? Like, did you, what, it was like this person was a collaborator from the get-go. this was not something that I was being cute about, you know? This wasn't something that was like, hey, look at this, isn't this person cringe? It was like, hey, a collaborator who's working with me on this and that I need help with and that is more knowledgeable than me, help. What do I do? And then I did leak a couple of them on Tumblr myself. Again, I didn't know that Twitters could be private. I thought that this was just a not safe for work alt.
Yeah, I was in the same boat. I did not realize it was private Twitter. I thought it was just a secret, not safe for work all over here that people didn't know about. I didn't realize it was a lockdown private. I didn't realize you could do that, but the Twitter space. If I had known that, I would have. I did ask Krim if I could post them, but I would have been like, "Oh, okay, we can't post those." That's a. I would have been like, "Oh, okay."
For context, her private Twitter was like a small Twitter. It was sort of like event Twitter, but she basically just added like a bunch of her like close sort of influencer friends, and then also me. There was like a couple artists she had commissioned previously in there. I'm probably not going to name names of who else was in there because I don't know what their stances are on her. Because, I was drinking the doggy Kool-Aid, as it were, for this long. I have no idea what their thoughts are. They're all adults. They can make their own decisions on whether or not to continue with her. I think there's like one individual I could bring up like briefly when it's relevant, but other than that, you just know it wasn't like direct DMs with me. It was just like a small group of, I guess, her inner circle that I was just sort of on the fringes of. So that's why I saw these posts that were made.
All right. So these are the posts that Jules shared with me from Patricia. She has publicly come out to say and taken ownership of this, but she has deleted this post. Did you want to say something, Raph?
One thing I do want to touch on before we fully move on, that I find deeply interesting is around the same time that I started openly discussing the fact that it was not lost on me that a lot of what was being said in response to my very gentle criticism of Patricia had a little bit to do with the fact that I am a Black man, is that she, I don't know if this was exactly around the same time or if it was a few days later, but she tried to imply that, did she imply or directly state that because she is trans and disabled, she's less
Yes.
capable of things like racism?
She did directly say that. She says stuff like that all the time, and she compares her experiences with Black people and specifically Black men all the time.
We'll get to that in one of the
we'll get to that. Also, to be transparent, as far as I know, 3 out of the 5 people here are not white. So
yes, me.
So
it's okay. I make up for the rest of y'all. I am so white.
I'm also very white.
Yeah, me, Sheev, and Raph are people of color / Black / Indigenous. So anyway,
I am.
So we do have some skin in that game, so to speak.
I have not gotten this much racial hate since I was in England, and I'm Romani, and there are signs up that say "No gypsies here."
Oh
it's been wild in my inbox.
Yeah,
I just haven't been posting any of it.
I haven't had any targeted racism. I tend to keep my racial identity low key because, well, people are racist mostly. But I do bring it. I do bring it up when it's relevant. I'm also biracial, so there's some are you white? Are you native? Do you have white? What's your blood quantum? I'm not going to say that I have. Oh well, she hates me because I'm a person of color. She hates me because I'm a person of color, and she said racist things to me. You can't criticize me. I'm not going to say that. I don't think that's true. I don't even think she knows that I'm not white. It's just that I you know, I have experienced racism in real life before, and so when somebody says this is just like racism, I'm like, shut the fuck up. No, it's not. But anyway.
A big part of it is that we are trans mask and people of color. And that's the hate. I don't know about Raph, but that's the hate I've been getting mostly.
Yeah.
Is to do with being trans masculine, the gender traitors among us, and people of color. And then I get Anons telling me that she can't be racist towards me because she's not human.
Okay.
Um,
We'll get into that
I
whole human thing
I
later.
haven't been on the receiving end of any direct racism, and I think it is because, as anti-Black as Tumblr can be, most people who consider themselves good and progressive and coming to the defense of a trans woman are also on some level aware that being anti-Black is unacceptable and will make them look bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I
Yeah.
get it because I'm Romani. I understand.
Well, Romani in a lot of cases, especially with like the closeness with Judaism, like the associations between the two and the
I
recent
understand
politics.
why.
Yeah, they're in the line of fire again. I guess it's acceptable to be to be like anti-Semitic and racist to Romani people now, so that's cool.
It's a great day to be alive.
All right.
Also, I'm sorry about my cat. He's mad about his comb.
Okay. So I'm gonna go over these posts, these private posts that Jules provided as part of his testimony. Hate posting about trans politics stuff because it gets a bunch of tags and replies from a bunch of fucking humans who think they're in the same boat as me.
This pairs well with one from, I don't know what order these are being shown in.
The order they are in the document.
Okay. They might be out of order. I'd have to look at the document again. But I can go over a little bit why some of these were leaked by me if you want like a Jules official explanation.
Yeah. Why do you think this one is relevant?
So this applies to another one we might see later. But it sort of points to her general contempt for other queer people and other people's whose struggles that she thinks are lesser than hers. She's very much the type of person who says, you know, my suffering is the only suffering in the world, unless it would make me look really bad to say so. And I feel like the reason she goes after trans men in this way is because that's sort of the identity to go after on Tumblr right now. Yeah. It's one of those things where she wants someone to lash out at, and she is very much the type of person to play oppression Olympics, for lack of a better way to put it. She's just very, like, needs to be the victim at all times, has to constantly, like, not only be victimized, but put other people's problems down, like, all the time, regularly. And we'll get to this when we get to that topic, but she would, like, pick out, like, someone in her comments who was, like, trying to relate to her, but their struggles were obviously, like, a bit less severe, but she would sort of cherry pick those and, like, put them out in front of her audience to basically get sympathy points for being like, actually, you don't suffer at all. This is stupid to compare to me. How dare your demographic even try to, like, compare it? This is a common thing. And this is just sort of how it's manifesting in her private Twitter, like, because she made this tweet in, like, 2023. This is way before, like,
my interactions with her.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty old thing, and I believe we're gonna get into the timeline later. So, apologies are a neurotypical construct. And there's going to be another related post to that soon. So we'll save that one for later. There is a more relevant thing here. I think it is a little bit out of order, but that's okay. This was made in 2022. Being a furry is more important than being trans. gender dysphoria is absolutely nothing compared to species dysphoria, I felt both.
Oh god.
I think
God.
we're going to have to, and I'm probably going to hurt some feelings and step on some toes with this, and I'm going to try to be as kind when I say this as possible. I will be transparent and say that I am a stringent atheist and I'm a skeptic. I understand Therianism as a kind of spirituality, and like all spiritualities, my tolerance for it is limited. And if you are going to come into a space where atheists exist and speak on your spirituality, you need to accept that they're not necessarily going to agree with you. And them saying, like, yeah, I don't think God exists, or I think you're full of shit, is not a bigotry moment, I think. I think that's. I think it's complicated because obviously anti Semitism and like anti Islamism is like a big thing right now. But there's also like a cultural aspect and a racism aspect to that as well. I think seeking people that have niche spiritualities out to mock them is bullying. That being said, I would call this behavior appropriative. To put it mildly. Furries are not oppressed systematically. Oh god, I forgot. Oh my god, I learned the term this summer during some classes and workshops that I was taking for a few weeks. Sexuality, gender, race, that sort of thing. That's part of a core part of who we are. Hobbies and spiritualities are like a secondary. I can't remember the terminology and I'm kicking myself for it. I should have prepared for this. But that's secondary. Those are like identities that you take on outside of like your core personality and your core being. And being a furry or being a Therian is not the same as gender. It just isn't. It's effectively a hobby or a spirituality or a religion or a lifestyle. It's not the same thing. You could live without being a furry.
Something that I will sort of bring up to sort of contextualize, at least, and you can take this with a grain of salt because I am not Patricia, but from what I know and from what she's told me, she sort of conceptualizes her Therianism as a sort of social role similar to gender. It's like a sort of symbolic thing. Mm-hmm. Like, she explains it in her video on, like, furry porn. But she's basically trying to sort of use the dog identity as, like, a shorthand for how she wants to be interfaced with as a person. Like, she's very big on physical touch. She sort of wants to do like forever pet play in a way, where people just sort of are very like huggy and they sort of are more open to that type of treatment with her than they would be like if she had like your regular like average person. I will also say in conversations with me, she has also stated that she does just literally want to become like a dog, like just an actual dog. She jokes and says Detroit become nonverbal. Like she just wants to be a dog, like a real, just actual dog. So I think it's sort of a dual thing. It's hard for me to parse, but it does give some context as to like why she's so big on the Therian thing. I agree with you in that I don't think it's. I think it's sort of. It's like almost a xenogender, like maybe, but like it's one of those gray areas where it's like I don't agree with the whole being a furry is more important than being trans thing. That's just like absurd on its face. And I think her like weird, like trying to play theory in Oppression Olympics is pretty rich. I don't know. I don't know what that's about.
To make a direct comparison, if you don't mind me doing so, like I consider myself and I identify as being goth because I listen to the music and I like that aesthetic. I dress like that. I do that intentionally to evoke a certain response in people I encounter in real life. Like I'm not going to pretend like goths don't dress that way because they don't want people to respond to that appearance a certain way. Like I'm not going to act like I'm above it all like some people do. That's what I feel comfortable wearing, what I enjoy wearing. I would not enjoy wearing, and while I wouldn't call it dysphoria, because I have experienced extremely intense dysphoria about my own body, while I would be very uncomfortable wearing like bright yellow and like a more like conventional preppy fashion, and I have felt that discomfort since I was like a teenager, I wouldn't call that dysphoria, but I do get where she's coming from on a certain level, even though it's not a one-to-one. But I would say that it's similar in wanting to fulfill a certain social role and to have a certain identity. And like, look, I present myself on the internet as a little demon guy. Clearly, things like occult imagery and dark imagery are really important to me and part of my identity. And I would feel like I was naked or like being forced into like this weird shape that I don't belong in if I presented myself in a different way. Moreover, like I would feel very uncomfortable like behaving in a way spiritually that doesn't align with my beliefs. So on some level I get that, but it's not the same thing.
No, I wouldn't imply that it is.
Yeah.
I'm more just giving you and the audience some context as to what she means when she says she's a dog. I don't think occasionally she'll mean it in a literal sense when she's saying she wants to be a dog, but when she's saying she's a dog, it's like sort of fulfilling that like sort of social role situation that I mentioned. Either way, it's crazy to try and compare it to like queerness in the sense of like putting others down, saying you're the most oppressed because you want people to pet you. Like I don't know, it's not great.
All right.
I think with Theranism, it's very far from furryism, and I think that is another show of her maybe conflating two things that are not the same thing into one thing.
Yeah.
I don't think, just given her the way she talks about things, I think she might have an issue drawing
Boundaries
and limitations on certain ideas.
Many such cases.
Any such case, I'm trying so hard to add maybes and I thinks and all this in here because I'm trying to not say like this is for sure what she does. Haha, I figured it out. No, I think she might have an issue with limitations.
Yeah. Yeah.
All or nothing.
Yeah. All right. So
I will also okay.
Go ahead.
Not to like completely stall. I don't want to like spend too much time on just this one topic. Someone in the chat did mention that the dog thing does intertwine with how she conceptualizes her autism. That's sort of an interesting angle. It does come up in the the screenshot that shows her like almost replying to somebody, but like not sending it. I think it's just below the gender dysphoria is nothing compared to species dysphoria tweet, where she sort of conceptualizes her Therianism as an extension of the autism, which makes things, I guess, complicated, but it's tough. It's a tough sell for me to sort of take whole cloth without, interrogating it a little bit. Mostly because being a Therian isn't inherent to being autistic. It's just her particular flavor. But I don't know. I would be curious to hear other people's thoughts on this, because it is just sort of something that comes up, and it is part of it.
I would say that, like, there are also a lot of, I don't want to mention their name, but there are a lot of notable autistic people on the internet that are aggressively religious, and I would kind of chalk it up to the same thing. It's a spirituality, I think, and wouldn't be the first person to do that on the internet, and I have encountered many, many autistic people in real life as well, as someone with autism and as someone that used to be heavily involved in the church as a teenager, that have autism and like cling on to a spirituality as partly of a way of coping. It's not uncommon. And I would say that this is just an alternative spirituality. But acting like Christianity is any, and again, I'm probably going to offend some people, and I'm sorry, but acting like Christianity is any better or more valid than Therianism is part of why I think we associate it with weird people, when it's like, it's still, at the end of the day, it's still a kind of belief someone has no evidence for, that speaks to them on a deep emotional level, that makes them feel something. And it's a matter of faith and inner identity, and like, it's hard for me as an autistic person who isn't religious and isn't spiritual, and even when I did count myself as part of the church, I didn't really believe so much as like maybe when I was very young, but it was more so that like I wanted to be part of an in-group. So it's hard for me to really parse what spirituality does for someone on a psychological level, but I think that Therianism and Christianity and like a lot of other religions and spiritualities fulfill that spiritual aspect for people in the same way. Though there are obviously a lot of religions that fulfill a cultural aspect as well. And religion's complicated, and so is spirituality. I'm not going to think somebody is stupid for being spiritual or being religious. I just very much disagree with you, and I will be vocal about it. Because I'm a stinky little atheist. Sorry.
Stinky little atheist.
Anyway,
It says it's right again against the code.
I'm going to continue to the next one if nobody else has anything to say. Also, Raph, are you
No,
good?
I
Like,
think
I'm
you
not
wrapped it up
sure.
pretty well.
I'm not sure where if you have to go or soon or not. I know you said that you have a thing to do.
Yeah, I have to work my day job, and I have to be ready to leave in about 10-15 more minutes, so I
Did
can hang around a little bit longer. I did ask you something in our chat
Oh, sorry.
that I would like to have confirmation on before I leave, but other than that, I don't really have anything to add right now.
Um. All right. I hope that's okay. I answered you. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's totally fine.
All right. Next post. So on her public Twitter, she said, autistic people deserve to shapeshift. And somebody replied, so do gender fluid people. I just want to be a girl or a guy, depending on how I feel that day. And now I need to unpack this a little bit. So,
and I will, for context, the species dysphoria tweet followed this one. They were attached to each other.
Yeah. Now, I don't think she sent this.
No, it was something she's put it on her private because it was something that she wanted to send but didn't. So she posted it on her private saying, "I was gonna send this, but I can't because she was being a little stinky about it. Like I want to send this, but I can't because I'll get canceled." That's basically what it's implying.
And here I will. Patricia stated many times, and I think we're probably going to see some of that in the upcoming screenshots, that for a time she was on Reddit during the whole MRA thing before she came out. And she said that she started to feel alienated from it as she started kind of understanding her gender and ended up leaving. And normally I would be like, yeah, that happens. I understand. Like, we heal and we grow. That being said, this image is like directly from the incel MRA sphere.
Yeah.
Moreover,
why she's using it. It's meant to be edgy.
Yes, but she is also, her and her audience have evoked continually AFAB privilege, which is assigned female at birth privilege, and I have even gotten an anon saying that I have pussy privilege. That is literally incel and MRA rhetoric. So, like, again, I don't know what's in her heart of hearts, but she is associating with people that just regurgitate the incel MRA rhetoric. So, and it's ironic that I'm being accused of being an incel, which, like, your boy has never had a problem with that. Not to go into detail, but if I wanted to, I could get some tonight, and, like, I just don't want to because I'm asexual and I'm kind of past that whole response to my lived experiences, but, like, it's wild to be called an MRA or an incel by the people that are doing this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't look too deeply into this meme, but Patricia is also the same person who says that, like, the "my brother in Christ" meme is racist. So I don't think, like, yeah, it's not that big of a leap.
Yeah. All right.
The brother thing also, I want to bring up that no matter what any person says who is of the Black persuasion, I notice that if a Black person says this is fine with me and it doesn't bother me, they will also get completely dogpiled on and told otherwise by people who are not Black. And Patricia Taxxon's fans, I have noticed, have a habit of very specifically going after people of color, especially after posts are made sometimes and that express that she is unable to be as bigoted as normal white people would be because of her stance as the item of the day, trans.
One of her modern or, like, contemporary, like, current fixations is mouse, and I feel like she read that and was like, I wonder who that's for. Anyway, look at this age regression scene, and
That's not what it was.
when, like, it's hilarious because, and I say hilarious, but I really mean frustrating, and it makes me want to shoot myself in the eye. That the whole point is that, like, yes, this Jewish man was subject to the Holocaust, but he's still racist and a miserable old man. Suffering does not make you a better person. Like, you can still be racist and transgender and and autistic.
That's why the Jewish German mice look different than the normal mice you would see in the comic. They have stripes, and you can see that's it. That's why it's different. It's they're not furries. It's a mask. He takes the mask off at one point. It's I'm wringing my hands.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing my. I'm rocking back and forth.
But yeah, weird incel meme. Mostly the reason this was included is for the same thing as the first one. She gets really snippy at people for some reason when they add like an innocent addition to her posts. It's very strange behavior. Don't know why she's engaging in it.
That was my
suffering.
That was my first actual like interaction with Patricia, actually, and we'll go over that actually in Jules's testimony. So this is another one. Can't name the woman who was complicit in my grooming and threw me in the trash to save face because she's trans, and leveling sexual misconduct allegations against trans women is like calling the police on a black man.
Oh. First off, Patricia has never been in danger of being shot on the street, as far as I know, so this is just, like, completely bonkers reasoning. Like, and to be clear, she has never revealed this person. Even to me, she might have revealed it to some other person, but she's correct. She has never named this person. The context for this person she's referring to will show up in my testimony, but she does compare like trans femme experiences to the black experience in ways that are very unjustifiable. If Raph wants to speak on that, I feel like that might have been part of some of what was said to you.
Yeah.
So my perspective.
Ooh, Raph, you're really quiet.
On what Patricia. Sorry. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Sorry. My personal take on the things that Patricia says about Black people and about the Black experience and about Black men specifically really betrays a massive blind spot. Not just in her own complicity in white supremacy and her proximity to whiteness in the first place. And I feel like a lot of the ways in which she covers this blind spot is to make up for that proximity to whiteness with her other marginalizations.
Mm-hmm. Many such cases.
But, like, at the end of the day, she is still a white woman and has a lot more power than I think she realizes over Black men and women than like most other marginalized groups have over Black men and women, specifically because of the link between the fragility and needed protection of white women in white supremacist culture, especially against Black men specifically.
I mean, look at like her audience jumping to protect her. That's just, I think that's a pretty good sign that that's exactly what's happening.
Like, there is undeniably something about her proximity to white femininity that makes people more defensive of her and for her.
Mhm. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Shall we continue?
Done.
This is one of her worst ones.
Oh god.
No one's arguing that there should be people fucking in the streets at Pride. Actually, yes, that's me. I'm arguing that. Stop saying consent. Literally just look away. Oh my god. There's a lot to unpack here. Like, look, the leather community has been, like, supportive of the LGBTQ community from its inception, has been marching with us in pride parades since the beginning. I think it would be shitty of us to be like, okay, now you go away. And I will, like, die on that hill. Yeah, but I don't think pride should be fucking Folsom.
Yeah,
This
like
is crazy.
even Folsom doesn't even allow public sex.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Even like if she was arguing there could be public sex at Folsom, like that's whatever. If you're going to Folsom, you're kind of like you know what to expect.
Yeah.
I've been to a dungeon. You go to a dungeon, you know what to expect looking in, right? But with this, it's like this is just pride. Like, why do we bother having laws against flashing people? Like,
Yeah.
why do we bother with any of this if you're just gonna say, yeah, just look away?
And that's the
Okay.
thing. That's the thing, is that, like, again, not wanting to diagnose anybody, but Patricia has participated in e-flashing. She has flashbanged, allegedly flashbanged her Twitter following with dick and balls multiple times. Many times.
I was there
and
for that. I can confirm that did in fact happen.
And then wanted people to compliment her about it.
Yeah. That's less alleged and more. There's pictures and multiple.
There
pictures.
are.
Yeah. You
I
can
would say
find
if you're
those
in
if
the
you want
audience,
to, but, like, I don't suggest doing
like
that.
I don't recommend. Yeah,
Don't go
don't
looking. Do not go looking for these things. Don't go. Don't do
don't
that.
fucking spread them around. You're all adults. Like Jesus Christ, they exist. You really don't need to be looking for them.
Yeah.
Like there's no reason for them to be spread.
And e-flashing is considered a form of sexual harassment. If you are e-flashing people, you are harassing them sexually. Like, that is assault. Legally. And I think rightfully. I know that legality doesn't always equal morality, but, like, don't.
Especially, there was no warning. It's on your main Twitter account. It's not the side account. She did not post these on the side account that's private and secret and sacred and all that. She posted these on her main account with no warning, where it is absolutely known that children follow her. And multiple times.
Yeah. We will be going more into online sexual misconduct later.
Okay. Okie dokie.
I am fucking smarter than everyone. I see the world without any of the compartmentalization that neurotypical people do automatically. I see it as this really scary, noisy, complicated thing. It really is. I'm closer to reality than any neurotypical person.
Yeah, I just included this because it just sort of, I mean, you can tell by the way she posts on her main, but it's just, yeah, she looks down on everybody else. She has to be right. She's the smartest at all times. Like, yeah there you go. She says it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Not really much else to go over there.
I do have to sign off now. It has been such a pleasure getting to speak and work with you guys on this. And I appreciate so much being given, like, a fairly large chunk of time to talk about my personal experience with Patricia. I look forward to working with you guys again, and I really appreciate everything
Yeah.
that you guys have done
Thank
in
you for
organizing
Likewise.
this.
Thank you for coming forward. I appreciate you.
Of
Yeah,
course.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
I can't believe you British at them before they left.
Who's British? Paul's Australian.
Yeah, same.
Uh,
I'm
The
like
street does
95%
not
British by
condone British
volume.
people.
I think that's been the most offensive thing that's happened so far, to be honest.
Can I reclaim the slur of being British?
No! Why would you want to?
Anyway, that's enough derailing. Let's get back to the series.
Okay, yeah.
Back to it.
Okay. Yeah, you can move on to the next tweet.
Oh boy. I could cancel myself so hard by writing on Maine what I think about this tweet. It'd be so easy. Girl, you did that.
You did.
You
I mean, yeah,
did!
the thing about the private Twitter is that it was just kind of like nuclear testing grounds for a lot of what would go to
Yeah.
her main, especially
Test-
with regards to the incest stuff. All of that was
Testing
on Maine. I was
boundaries,
seeing
yeah.
that before she started doing it on Maine.
People will test bound. People that want... And see, this is the thing. And I'm going to probably speak more frank on this than I have. But abusive people and predatory people will test boundaries first in ways that they think they can get away with it. And if they can get away with it, they'll push it a little further, they'll push it a little further, they'll push it a little further. That is extremely typical. That lines up with that sort of prognosis. And like, again, I'm not going to assign any specific label onto this. I'm just saying that it is a symptom of many sorts of predatory sort of complexes. I suppose I could say. Like, this is like this is like textbook, unfortunately. The post was, artist, I won't feel ashamed for the LGBTQ plus content I draw. Me, yeah, that's right, awesome. Artist, anyway, that's why I'm going to draw incest. Me, what? I can't even begin to say how many times I've seen this at this point. I don't know how to tell you that you drooling over your relatives isn't LGBT. It's just weird. And like, yeah, again, like, I don't care if you want to draw your little fucking twincest bullshit. That's fine. But like, acting like it's LGBTQ activism is strange.
Weird.
It's pretty bad taste, yeah. I don't know.
Fucking weird. Is what it is.
Yeah, and while she obviously didn't directly respond to this tweet on her own Twitter or on Tumblr, she has definitely shadow tweeted it, I think is the word. Basically, like, responded to it without directly referring to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, we are going to go over this, but she has stated publicly that she thinks that being abused, like having weird kinks is queer. And it's frustrating because we have been fighting back against like gayness and transness coming from a space of like being damaged for so long that for her to say this is extremely irresponsible. It's like 60s 70s era homophobia, to be honest. It's shocking to see this in the modern day. Anyway, I'm so slick for writing a statement that looks like a profuse apology to the people who hate me and a thorough refutation to the people who like me. And this, I think, is kind of like the icing on the cake of like, she is not a genuine person. She's extremely manipulative, intentionally so. And she thinks that she's really smart for that. She thinks it's a good thing that she's able to get away with her bullshit. She thinks that's good and it makes her smart. So.
This is the post that's earned my spite, I suppose one could say. Because
And
when I first read her apology, I was like, alright, fine. It was years ago. I am willing to let it go. And then I get shown this was actually not from Jules. This was posted by somebody else that I saw. It was shown to me by another party, and that is why I went so hard and so fast and so angry at the Patricia Taxxon stuff, and it's why I brought it up to Krim.
so you knew about this
Because
before
that
even I started
yes,
talking about Patricia.
yes, there have been leaks from her private Twitter for some time. The way I found it is somebody else who has asked very specifically not to be named has given me certain screenshots of things. And everybody says I'm getting information from Kiwi Farms. I no, I'm not. This was somebody else. This was a human person, not in any way affiliated with Kiwi Farms, who gave me certain screenshots and said, "I saw you talking about this person. Here is something you need to know." Because I was talking in another group chat about how I was, I went in really hot. I probably went in too hot. It was years ago. She's apologized. I need to let it go. This isn't my abuser. I gotta chill out. And they said, actually, I have something to show you. They showed it to me, and I went, you know what? I'm turning the heat back up on this one.
This was said in 2023. And I want you to keep that in mind.
Yeah, file that date in your brain pockets for later.
I think it's time for Jules to give their testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, let me pull up the document again so that I have the...
Yeah.
I should have had it open already, but I think I was looking at other related things. Give me just a sec.
Yeah, take your
Gotta,
time, my
scroll
friend.
up to the thing here. So if I want to tell this, I gotta make sure I'm doing it accurately. Okay.
But yeah, I think like couching everything that we've seen so far, with the context of that tweet is really important, because like I said, I would like to think that this is coming from a place of ignorance and pain, but that post has always made me feel my doubts about it.
Right. And I guess before I get into my testimony, I'll give a few of my own disclaimers, especially as someone who is this close to this situation. Number one, I want to take responsibility for what, like, I know people are going to say it's not my fault. For my own peace of mind, I want to take responsibility for what little enabling I did, because I did see a lot of this stuff for a long time, and I let it slide. And I've apologized to certain people. Things are good, but I want to put that out there. And I just want to state that for the record. And as far as, like, especially with topics that are going to be coming in later in the timeline, I want to state, if anyone who has watched the stream or will watch it in the future uses this information as an excuse to go and harass Patricia, to be transmisogynistic to her, to say things about trans women, literally, you are like dirt under my shoe. I do not respect you. Grow up. Being a trans woman should have nothing to do with, like, being a trans woman did not make Patricia do any of this. This is all her doing. And I say this because there's a lot of accusations of trans misogyny and things like that being thrown around. Genuinely, I want to stress, if there are any trans women watching this, if there are any trans women in Patricia's orbit, this does not reflect on you.
Yes,
This is not your problem. I promise you, this is not what you are. And
We want you to be safe.
Yeah. And
especially since, yeah.
Sorry. My server in particular and my audience, I don't know what the fuck I did, but I have like a huge trans feminine audience. And they're all very lovely, wonderful people. I have some very close friends that I met through doing this that are trans women. I have friends outside of this that are trans women. The vast majority of trans women are not like this. That being said, I kind of mentioned this before, but with people like Patricia, when they do these things, the first group of people that they're going to affect are trans women. Whether that be that they victimize them or that they drag them underneath the surface with them. You know, we need to be very careful and we need to be very mindful. But like, people like Patricia will go after trans women because it's like, oh, solidarity. And like, even though I'm not a woman, I'm trans, and I excused a lot of things too, even though I was on the outside and like I saw a lot of things I disagreed with, but I was like, I'm not gonna get mad at a trans woman for like being a furry or like saying something kind of immature when she was young. There are plenty of creators that are trans women that I disagree with, that I don't cover in my YouTube videos because I think it would bring unnecessary heat to them. This video, again, is not made lightly. This is about an individual, not about a group. So that can't be stated enough.
Mm-hmm.
And we also encourage the people viewing this video, just make sure you're not viewing this uncritically. Think about everything that is being said and be willing to, look up alternate sources if possible.
We might be biased. We are people that are across the gender spectrum. We're all trans. Like every single person in this call is trans.
And will be trans.
And will be trans. You don't have a choice. No. So this isn't easy for us to do. But I think it's important because if we don't say something, nobody will, because we don't want to hurt our community. But the thing is, letting these people run free in our community is hurting our community. So anyway, shall we?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
I'm going to bring the testimony up on screen as well, if that's okay. The text.
The text, okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. You can do that if you wish. I'll be looking at it anyway because I have to. I can't remember all this shit off the top of my head. I'm not smart enough for that.
That's fine.
So, yeah, I wrote down some like basic dates. Some have like specific days if I either had screenshots that I shared with friends before the like Discord purge, or if like there were other things going on at the time that would like give me accurate dates. Sometimes there's just like vague like years or like estimations based on what I remember from the time. And just for full transparency, that's about as accurate as I could get it. Some of the dates are going to be a little vague. But I'm once again, based on what I remember, I did first interact with Patricia Taxxon when I was in high school. I was likely 17. That's the youngest I remember being. I was the first person to make her fan art based on her album Paul. I had originally found her through a comment she had left on an H-Bomber Guy video. It was related to copyright law, and I enjoyed her videos on the topic at the time. She was making breadtubey video essays that I was interested in. Every once in a while she was posting music. I was a fan of that. I was one of her early adopters, as it were. And we because she had the Discord server, we did have a chance to sort of slowly inch closer as far as like getting to know each other somewhat. I remember, I think the first time that we had like a big interaction was when she saw my like watercolor art, and she had me do an alternate album cover for her album Little Spoon, which is one of her more popular records. She's had like, she used to do a yearly thing where people would make more alternate covers. If you look at like the first batch and like scroll to the bottom, you'll see mine. At the time, I was going by a different online moniker. I think I was called Cosmikit at the time, but like just for some reference, you know, that was sort of our first interaction where I was like working with her somewhat professionally, just sort of as like a casual thing. And in the same time frame, I'll go over what I know of the sort of Discord server situation. So when Taxxon was like 17 to 18, she ran a fan Discord server with very lax moderation, if any at all. I don't really know what mod action she took. There could have been some. I was very quiet at the time. I was just kind of lurking most of the time. So
And this was in 2016, 2019?
Yes, I don't know. The reason I say that is because I don't know the exact year that the server like was deleted. I know that it after after a certain point it got to be dead. That's sort of what I was saying with regards to like I don't know what the exact dates are for some of these things. It's been it's been kind of a long time. But the biggest thing I remember is like the period of time from when I was around 17 to 18, and I can tell you what I do remember from that time period. So the thing about that server is that it was sort of a free-for-all. There was technically a not safe for work Discord channel, but like there was a lot of like cropped porn that was just being spread around. Like there were icons or like Discord emotes that were just basically like meme images of like cropped shock images. Like there's like the famous Sandy Cheeks image where she's like vacuuming up a car with her penis. That like there's just like an image emote that was just Sandy's face from that like famous shock image. There was like describing this is insane, by the way. I hope you realize I do realize how insane I sound saying these things. But there was like an image of like one of those pictures of like the Fox and Falco guy who like always commissions like really tall versions of them that like destroy planets and stuff, and they're like naked. There was like a meme image of a zoomed in face of a character from that. I do remember just shock images like of just like I guess furry porn that's considered silly being shared pretty frequently by members of the server, just like sort of thrown around willy-nilly because it was funny. And then I'm gonna keep this somewhat vague. I'm not gonna like mention the person because they don't want to be bothered with this anymore. Please like just respect her wishes on that. Don't fucking go look into this too much. Unless you're just looking for information. Just don't contact people is what I'm saying. But she basically sent shock images to some minors who were present. Patricia did. And she allegedly masturbated while minors were on a call with her, just like silently, unknowingly, and then later told them about it. I can't confirm that incident myself. Like I said, I was lurking at the time. That's just something that has been said and alleged. And
Patricia confirmed it herself, right?
Oh,
like
okay.
she confessed to it.
She did, yeah, she did.
Okay. I just don't want to like speak out of turn.
Yeah.
But I can confirm myself from being there that the shock images were a real thing. And I can confirm from something that she told me later on and I said when we were prepping for the stream that this is one of my like worst moments. It was not like dropping her once she told me this, but she said that she just like would let minors into the not safe for work section of the server when they told her that that they were underage, as a sort of like, well, I'll be like 18 in this many months, and she would be like, okay, I trust you, and she would let them in there. And she was posting her nudes in the server. I will also say in the not safe for work chat. So she knew that there were minors there. She was posting nudes in there. There you go. That's information from me. There you go. From what I know, she did not attempt to solicit any minors for sex or like ERP or anything like that. And shock images that were sent around, like sexual harassment intent, was not part of it. This does not make the actions right, but like I said, I do not want to speak out of turn here. And I want to be accurate in my assessment of what the environment of the server was like at this time. This isn't like a sex ring scandal, unless someone comes out of the woodwork and says things that I am not aware of. She did not like try to solicit anything or do any like try to specifically prey on any minors to like get something from them, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
that's the server, right?
Yeah.
And
Would you say that like it's more of an issue of not respecting boundaries than anything else?
Yes, and she has told me herself and said multiple times that at the time, because she is severely autistic, she cannot like she did not understand boundaries of this nature because she was deeply isolated, was not aware of any of this stuff. Once again, this is not justifying the actions, but I am giving context as to like how this can happen. I
And
it's
again,
one of those.
I'm just going
Yeah.
to scroll down again and go back to this little screenshot of of how she's so slick about how she can apologize but also refute at the same time because she's so smart.
Yeah, that was in relation to the call out that I guess will come out later in the testimony, but it is related to the Discord server and what happened there.
I guess I'm just bringing it up because I want to say that while she says this and while I think that there is definitely mostly an issue with boundaries, that she has said that she's intentionally being manipulative.
Right.
And like it's not making any I'm not making any like conclusions on that because like again, I don't know what's in Patricia's heart. I don't know what's in her head. I don't know why she's doing the things that she's doing. I only know that the effects they are having are not good. And that's all that I can criticize.
Right. And that's honestly where it should stay. Like regardless of what her intent was, the fact that like after all of this, that she posted that on her private Twitter for people to see, like it wasn't just me who saw it. Like that she felt she was slick for like her PR stunt was very telling as to like the attitude she took towards this whole thing. And I'm gonna pause for just a second. It's like where I am, it's the light has changed, so I need to like turn on a lamp in my room,
too.
so I'm not
Me
just like staring
too.
at my bright screen. So I'm gonna take a second to do that. Give me just a minute. Give me a sec.
Yeah. If anybody else, if Sheev or Bella has anything to comment or any evidence to provide right now, please do so as well. If you want to send something in the Discord or anything, but like, yeah, let's keep it focused on. Oh, Jules, you're already back.
Oh yeah, I just had to like walk across the room. It wasn't a big thing. But yeah, I guess moving on for now from the Discord situation. In December of 2020, I basically expressed to Patricia that I had like, because I was in art school at the time. I had just started art school. I believe I was either at the start of my sophomore year or at the yeah, if it was December, it would have been first semester sophomore year. Um, I was sort of bringing up my ideas to her as far as like my thesis film, just because I was kind of excited about it. I was excited about getting into animation, and I had these characters I made in high school. I was like, I have this. Look at them. And her response was, if I remember correctly, it was something to the effect of, "Okay, well, stick close to me because I want to score this film," basically. So a few years prior to us working together, she had sort of expressed interest in this, and that's sort of where that idea started. In the summer of 2021, I don't know exactly when this was, because like a lot of this is lost, but she sent the private Twitter account to me, and I was allowed to sort of be in there. That's just sort of for record keeping purposes. That's sort of when the private Twitter came into the picture. And then in October of 2021, the server didn't necessarily die in 2021. That was just part of my writing. It likely died before that. But the October of 2021 is when the first call out regarding her would be made. And I remember because she was releasing her album, The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe, at the time. I think it happened like either the day of release or like within a few days of it. This first call out gained some traction. It would eventually die out, but at the time she was basically going around telling everybody about the call out. Like she was reaching out to all of her collaborators about like what was going on. If nothing else, she was very transparent about the call out. She wasn't sort of like everybody's spreading lies about me. She was very much like, you should look at this. And at the time I supported her because I was under the impression that she was being groomed by someone older than her on the server to act in like outwardly more sexual ways. She's never named this person, but this story has been consistent for as long as I've known her. And as we've seen in one of the tweets from her private Twitter, she did lament that she could not call out this person. And she did mention the grooming in her apology, where she says, "I was being groomed by a portion of my audience that was older than me." Apparently there is a specific person to point to. She's never revealed who this person is. That's as far as I know. And then in summer of 2022, eventually I would reach my senior year, and we would begin production on the short film. Around this time, a thread on Kiwi Farms was made. This is the first time that appeared. This, along with further action taken from the minor who had previously accused her, caused a lot of friction within the project. At the time, she was sort of regularly in crisis mode. And this was a crisis that I would sort of have to take on the brunt of managing. And at the time, I was willing to do it because I considered her a friend and I just didn't want to see her hurt in this way. And like, I feel like most people would do that. I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. I don't think this is like manipulation on her part necessarily. I think it's just, something that you do.
I will say that some of the screenshots you showed me of the private chats did go over the line. To be fair,
there was like a little bit of the thing that did go over the line was just like the posting about like telling me that she has to say goodbye preemptively, things like that are just like, really scary. um, I was regularly managing that while also trying to animate and direct this thing. And while also managing my own mental health at the time. And I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I was kind of just losing my mind, as probably a lot of people were in like the senior year of an animation degree. It just kind of, you kind of aren't all there. A lot can happen.
As somebody that also took animation in college, same hat. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's a lot. During this time, a lot of what I was telling her was basically like because she was in. I'm not gonna, because I don't want to air out all of her dirty laundry, because I only want to talk about what's necessary for this specific situation, because it will come up later. There was very much an emphasis on, like, I was trying to figure out ways out for her, because to her at the time, the Kiwi Farms thing was like a death sentence. Like, she could never escape it. It was going to follow her everywhere. It would ruin her ability to have a career. And I was like, okay, well, like, if you want a career separate from the internet, we can do the festival circuit, because I had planned to do it anyway. And I was like, you can network there, you can talk with people in real life, offline. You can make a separate, a separate presence that isn't attached to the toxicity of where you're currently at. And I was very much like trying to coach her through this. And I basically was like, okay, well, maybe this can help give you a career that Kiwi Farms just like wouldn't be able to touch. Basically, that was sort of the pitch that I was giving her. And like somehow, despite everything, despite the roadblocks that were present, the film would get finished. We got a really good grade on it. People really liked her musical additions to it. It was very music based. There's not really any dialogue in it. It's because for lack of a better way to put this, I feel like student acting ruins a lot of student films. So we just decided to skip that and make it a wordless narrative. And people liked her work. We gushed about it. We were very excited about this project. And then I've listed September of 2023 is, I think, the first time that like the weird comments about trans mask people would start. And I think this is where Krim comes in, because I think this is where you had your interaction with her and her community, with regards to like she made a post about like being alienated due to her masculinity as a trans woman, from like queer spaces, from identifying as non-binary, things like that. And when trans men were sort of like trying to add to the conversation and be like, hey, I experienced this too, she got very, very defensive and angry and started lashing out at people who did this.
Yeah, like we were, because this was on my personal blog, and I've tried to look for the post, but I can't find it. Because my personal blog is just like a huge chunk of just like, there's just so much stuff on it. And I even directly messaged her and I was like, yeah, I'm sorry that people are like misunderstanding you. It's just, like we relate to your experiences and I think that's a good thing. She never responded to that to me personally when I messaged her, but like she was very outwardly angry and I just kind of gave up and rolled over and like whatever, she's a young trans girl, like of course she's not going to understand that like a trans man's experience is closer to her than she would like to think. But I think it's also, that's the post that she originally brought up the term, the original sin of being born male. I think that was her wording. It was really weird.
Because she compared it with the quote-unquote voluntary sin of transitioning to maleness, which I think is what a lot of people took umbrage with. because wording it like that is pretty odd. But
Yeah, it's like,
And-
are you saying that you willingly transitioned to being a woman? Like, that's odd. Like, you would, like, in that vein, you would say something like, then why would you bother transitioning into being a woman if, like, it's a choice, if it's voluntary, you know what I mean?
yeah, it's
I think I might have found the post for you, by the way.
Oh.
and then
This,
I reached out to her in private since I was pretty uncomfortable with it at the time. I didn't like the negativity. I found it pretty pointless. I was basically like, look, like I basically said, I think if you worded it and you didn't say like voluntary sin, people probably wouldn't be jumping down your throat. And it's like a bit mean to be responding to all of these people who mean well in this way. I think she responded to me like with saying that she was trying to basically notate a difference between how transphobia is conceptualized between the two. And she like pulls up this comment from a trans guy in the tags where he's like, yeah, when I transitioned to male, people were like, well, why would you want to become a boring man? And I was sort of floored by that, because it's like, that's not the worst that it gets for trans men as far as being seen as suspicious for our masculinity. I don't know why you would pick that one.
I found the post, or rather, Bella found the post, so I can read. Ooh, that is not cropped well because my blog is oriented in a very awkward way on... Hold on a second. Let's see. How do I... Actually, I might be able to... Hold on, let me just, give me a second. Let me hide that for a second. I think if I go... if I go slash... hold on a second. I am doing some URL editing, and let me...
I think I know what you're doing, and I was about to offer to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm like typing it in so that it appears on the... It appears like in the regular Tumblr format rather than...
I'm reading a book. Listen.
Here we go. I got it. Whoop. All right. Here we go. This is my personal blog. Somebody messaged her saying, this was in 2023. So again, I had my criticisms of Patricia for a while, but again, I walked away from this and figured that, like, you know what? Agree to disagree. I'm clearly not getting through with her. Do you think transmasculine, non-binary people aren't also disbelieved and ridiculed in queer spaces? Why make your post exclusionary for no reason? And she says, being saddled with the original sin of masculine assigned gender is a unique and exclusive process that keeps AMAB people outside of the progressive conception of non-binary. Make your own post if you have other experiences. Recently, I've been thinking of cutting my hair short for non-binary reasons, but I know that doing so will make me look like a cis man. I know that even more progressives will decide in their minds that acceptance of my identity is contingent on me answering for the crimes of choosing to live with cis male privilege because I got a butch haircut. It's different from the voluntary sin of transitioning to maleness. It's inside of me. It's a default state that any real queer person would be fighting to remove. That's what my post is about, and it's why I specified trans feminine. This is so me when I base my persona in a community around queerness and acceptance, then shit on the experience of transmasculine people. And Patricia says, what the fuck is happening? And then my response, this was my response. I mean, I think the more polite version of that is not to point and be like, hey, Patricia, you're being exclusionary, and instead maybe agreeing you have a point. But if you feel like you can relate in a way like I do to you, you can do something like this. I feel like proximity to a perceived maleness and masculinity, even if it's something as simple as how one chooses to cut their hair, makes people treat you as less queer, less safe, and less acceptable. And there's this expectation of performed femininity that no one should have to perform that just to be seen and heard and accepted for who you are, at least when it comes to the queer community. In my experience, I have been seen as a traitor to women and more dangerous, angry, and ugly because I am a transgender man. I personally think that this is a common thread between what I am experiencing and OP is feeling like they cannot cut their hair short because it's too masculine. I love being a man, and I am not allowed to celebrate that within the wider queer community. OP feels like they cannot cut their hair short even if they may be more comfortable to them because they will be seen as male. From this, we can have a bigger discussion on the demonization of perceived masculinity and masculinity in general without me being a jerk to OP for speaking on their experiences. And I think that that was like a very like gentle, polite way to phrase how I was feeling. And in the tags, I said, I have a lot of respect for Patricia Taxxon. I've been following on YouTube for a while and found this Tumblr recently. Can you be normal to AMAB non-binary people, please? And AMAB / transfemme gender non-conforming people in general, and stop going into fight mode when we are not about me. Maybe instead use the opportunity to relate and connect to people in your community, because this shit stops a conversation in its tracks instead of expanding it. Anyway, sorry OP, I'm not trying to step on your toes, but it seems like your post broke containment, and I'm sorry, but the least people could do is be fucking polite about it. And that was my interaction with her, and the DM, which I cannot recover anymore, just because like this was a secondary blog, not a primary blog, was basically the same thing. Just for reference on how I thought about Patricia before all of this started going down. Right. And to give some context to Jules' statement.
Right. But yeah, I brought this up to her in private. Like I said, it was kind of we didn't really get anywhere with that conversation. It was just sort of like I guess, oh, I understand. I'm sorry that it feels like you're being talked over. Maybe they're derailing a little bit and could make their own post. This is something I don't really believe now. I feel like it's possible to derail a post, but this wasn't it. It's just people saying that they experience a similar thing to you. Genuinely, I don't. I don't. That's how Tumblr.
That's how Tumblr works, baby. That's the main function of the website, is the reblogs and the expansion of conversations. That's the point. And if that's not why you're on Tumblr, go use Twitter or something or whatever.
But like, I remember after I had told her, well, maybe they're derailing, she immediately took that as an excuse to like pull up some comment or ask that another trans guy made and then like tell him he was derailing. And I was like, well, okay, this proves to me that if I like say something, then she will, use that as an excuse to continue to be shitty online. I didn't say anything at the time. The whole thing felt really weird, but it's like, whatever. At the time, it was just like a one-time thing. I thought it was like, it's a misunderstanding, whatever. And then...
Yeah, that was my consensus as well.
In February of 2024, we attended the Omaha Film Festival. And... this was the only one where both myself, my co-director / animator, and Taxxon could all attend. So we were all there together, plus a few of my college friends, because one of them had family in the area, and we were able to go. While there, things went pretty much like fairly smoothly. She did cause some tensions at times with like strange comments here and there, like for whatever fucking reason she brought, like, I don't remember what the context was, but like she made this joke to me, someone who doesn't know Jack Saint, and to my friends who some of them probably didn't even know who this man was, but she basically joked that he was not a good person and she was keeping a call out post ready for him just in case. I'm going to assume this is a joke because she recently made a post on her Tumblr about how she makes those sort of jokes about herself. But I will say it was pretty weird to just say that to me and people who don't know him. It's just odd. Like, don't do that. It's strange. And she brought up that, like, whole buyer's market thing over lunch that we had at this fucking King Kong restaurant. For those who don't know, Buyer's Market is a really controversial album. It got briefly brought up in the Tumblr discourse because she has like a shirt of it. It's like I don't even want to say what it is. It's pretty bad.
I think we should say what it is, and if you're not comfortable saying it, I don't mind specifying if it like feels like poison on your tongue. Let me do it. Let me do it just as a person that's like presenting this video on my channel. So Buyer's Market by Peter Sotos is a album comprised of the testimony of child sexual like assault victims that were taken from police recordings and like other such records. These records were appropriated non-consensually, and were interspersed with the sounds of children screaming. It's very edgy, very raw. The problem is that it's non-consensual. And moreover, Peter Sotos, the creator, has been arrested for possession of child pornography. At least once, and this isn't new information. Like, this happened in like the 80s or the 90s. So like this isn't a new info that came out after Patricia was wearing the shirt. This was public knowledge, and it wasn't just like a shirt that she happened to throw on. It was part of a gag of her changing clothes in every sequence she was in. And the punchline was that it ended up in her being topless, which, whatever. She was not out. And just was pre-transition from as far as I know. But the Buyer's Market thing, it just speaks to me as this flagrant desire to stomp all over boundaries. Like, she knew it was controversial, and she wore it because it would get a reaction, and because of the controversy and the association, I think, and the proximity with child abuse and the controversy. And like, again, not gonna make any conclusions on that, but fucked up if you ask me. But
it's I will say the thing that she said about it, where it was like part of a 4chan like moo thing, that story has also been consistent. I think that was the context in which she brought it up over lunch, where the problem, like, more so than the fuckery surrounding that video where she wore the shirt, is that she would just like bring it up like it was not a super difficult topic to deal with,
like at a family restaurant too.
And I don't want to be too harsh on it because she is autistic, but on some level I do have to state, like, I guess for more context later, that it was a lot. Later on, is sort of like another thing that happened was that she was like in the car with some of my friends who were driving. She had met these people like less than 12 hours prior, and she starts like talking about this novel idea and that she wants to write, where like one of the plot points is that the main character like rapes her elderly father, which feels more inappropriate given what we know. Like, it's already really weird, but given what we know, it's like, okay, why do you have to bring this up? I know Krim probably has some theories on why that happened, but
and again, this happened like 2024. This is not like, oh, she fucked up when she was 18. Like, this happened within the last year. So,
like, and I'm not gonna act like a prude because like we were all art school students in the animation department. The animation department at our school kind of had a reputation for being full of sex freaks. I wouldn't say it was entirely accurate, but like we had seen some things. I would make jokes about furry porn. Like it's not that big of a deal, but like on some level, like you've just met these people. That kind of talk is just really, it's a lot. Like I said, it's a lot. I will say things did improve later on. I want to stress because, and I think now is at least a decent time to bring up the vague posts that she's made about me. I know that they're in the document, but in them, she implies a lot about my personal character in ways that I think are deeply hurtful and just really awful. And part of the reason I wanted to speak out, like, I wouldn't normally honestly have brought up some of this stuff, but she did start making it personal when she implied things about me as a person and our relationship in those vague posts. Mainly that, like, she implied that I thought of her as disposable because I left the relationship after like the big discourse that happened. That I was like using her for like basically like free labor or like to get something from her and then dip. And she also painted me as threatening, which was awesome. It was really great to see that, you know.
I would say that you're
And
probably not the only one who she's been like, this person isn't giving me the attention that I want, therefore they think I'm disposable and they're just using me. When it's like, I don't know, girl, like.
And like this part of the testimony is going to get a little bit personal, a bit vulnerable. I regularly was like going out of my way to make sure that she felt welcome because there were several times where I could tell she just like was like overwhelmed. She wasn't having a good time. You know, it's new people. I totally get it. Like, and sorry, it's gonna be a little tough for me to go over some of this. We like there would be times where she would be like sitting outside because we were like going through like some of Omaha's shopping district because we wanted to invite her out like with my college friends to go out and do these things. And like I think she has some type of chronic pain situation with her legs where she can't really walk places. And sometimes she would just like be overwhelmed, overstimulated, and she would have to like sit outside. You know, I'd go out and sit with her. I tried my best to just like make things as hospitable as I could. We all watched like the Rodfellows movie together, like at my friend's parents' house. Like after the evening, just because it was something that she hyperfixated on and she wanted to show us. If you're familiar with her like furry video, that's one of the main things that she mentions. It's like this sort of MS Paint, it's like Go Animate thing that's like made by a bunch of like autistic people. It's like art. I would consider it outsider art. It's very strange. A lot happens, but like I would say I was making an effort to include her, and I thought it went really well. You know, I feel like people were very receptive to her, and like things were, you know, going well, and I don't want to self-aggrandize here because I don't want to come off that way. Genuinely, I just want to state that I worked really hard to make sure that she felt like she had a seat at my table because I knew what it felt like to be isolated before I met my college friends.
So it's like she was
Because
your friend.
She was my friend.
I'm sorry,
Can you give
Jules.
me a second?
It's okay. Take your time.
But I don't want to be manipulative.
I think that you're being as fair as you can be and you're giving her a lot of grace. And I think again, it's important not to characterize Patricia as evil because I do think that she's somebody that's been very hurt. And I think it's very human to want to forgive and comfort someone who's been hurt. I think that's very natural. And
And
yeah.
and like I said, I did it because I had some of them might be watching this. I have really lovely friends that I made in college. And part of what I wanted to do was I wanted to fold her into that. I wanted her to feel like I didn't want her to feel like how I felt when I first entered college, and I wasn't in my major yet. I was in a new city. I didn't know anybody. Uh, I knew what it felt like to have like a sheet of glass between me and other people, and I didn't want her to feel that way.
Yeah.
So understand that when I had my actions twisted, when she implied that this was like some type of long con where I ended this friendship flippantly, understand that somehow, despite everything, that's what hurt the most. I didn't make this decision lightly, and I was not the first person to push away, as you will soon find out. Again, I'm not a victim. This is just a really messy, like, friend breakup that unfortunately involves a lot of shitty topics and some bonus bigotry for flavor. But genuinely, I'm not, like, I say this to state that I'm hurt. I was hurt by what was implied there. And she herself admitted that the what happened in Omaha was some of the best times of her life, and she was willing to paint me in certain ways that will come into play later. And we can go over some of the vague posts. I did include them in the document. That is just deeply, I don't know. I don't have words for it. It's duplicitous in a way that's I would never. I don't know. I can't imagine treating a person this way. It really did surprise me.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
You've been very compassionate about this the entire time, and you've been very careful when talking to me about her not getting mischaracterized and about us not associating like some sort of evil, like fucked up, irredeemable label to her. Even after all of this. And I think that I still agree with that. And I am saying this on behalf of Jules and myself and everybody else that has been affected by this at all. Somebody else should have said something. It should not have fallen on a little ragtag group of trans people to get this truth out there. And there are people that are bigger than me and bigger than Jules and bigger than anyone here that could have said something a long time ago and they did not. For whatever reason, I'm not going to speculate on, but it does make me a little angry. I don't want to make this video, and this is really hard. I would say especially for Jules, but it's hard for me too. Like, this is not a fun topic. And it's hard to come out like this against somebody that you're really close with and you cared about. And I'm really sorry, Jules, and I just want to say thank you for, like, this, like, as hard as this is for me, I can't even imagine as somebody that was close with her and a friend with her and is personally involved. But yeah.
I do appreciate it, and I appreciate the people who are being very nice to me in chat right now. It's it is just sort of it's sort of a weird and unusual, I feel, maybe less unusual now that we're in the age that we're in, where you sort of idolize a person and then like you're close with them. It's not just like a parasocial relationship. Like you idolize a person, I need to stress that Patricia Taxxon's work has had its grip on me since I like practically grew up with it. I was when I was like friends with her, I would talk about her to anyone who would listen. I was proud of it. I was very wrapped up in this. I would say more so than a lot of the other people she's surrounded herself with. I've been there a really long time. I've had a lot of time to be affected by her work, to try and give her grace. I have been here. So I want to sort of bring that up because of the way I've been mischaracterized as to why I came out with this stuff, why, like, how I've been painted in posts. It's important to me that people know that I don't come at this from a place of some kind of T-boy traitor, like I don't like, or whatever people want to paint me as. I didn't rub my hands together evilly and decide like I'm going to just do a heel turn. This is a very serious thing for me, and I've had a lot of mixed emotions about this. I've been dealing with this for like months at a time, and I'll leave it at that for now because we can get more into it when we get to that point on the timeline. But just know that I didn't come at this from a malicious place where my only goal is to hurt a person when I cared deeply for her. And even like while I'm still here, I'm still trying to monitor what's being said just to make sure that what's being said is accurate. Because like I said, I don't have any urges to make her look worse than she does. I don't have like the kind of like I'm pissed. Obviously, I have ill will towards her in the sense that, you know, this bridge really is truly burned forever. Like I don't want to speak to her, but I'm not coming at this with like some sort of villainous plot, if that makes sense, because I know that she has been sort of like implying it. I don't know what like might be said to her audience, but it's not my intention, and I want to make that very clear. But sort of moving on in the timeline here, let's see. In February, I think was when I started like talking to other people in my friend group about this stuff, because like the anti-trans mask rhetoric was sort of like Taxxon would repeatedly like reblog posts that would make an agreeable point but tack on assumptions about trans men at the end. You know, many such cases. There are a lot of posts like that. And after the first time she had lashed out at trans mask people, basically what I was sort of feeling at the time was that I was afraid that whenever like trans mask people would give her pushback on her blog, it may just like lead to her like lashing out again. Which I will say, like, repressing, like being afraid of people from your demographic speaking to a friend of yours because you're worried what she might say is like kind of insane. That's like not a trait of a normal friendship, I feel. It's just like, I don't know what that is. It's weird. Uh, in March, she would make a post where she basically states that she doesn't care about the rights of cishet men to be feminine without being assumed to be queer or trans. I sort of confronted her privately about it, where I was just sort of like, hey, this feels kind of weird. You know, I was very handholdy. I, I was walking on eggshells during a lot of conversations like this because I knew it was like a volatile subject, because I just didn't want to bring up trans mask stuff to her. And I brought this up to her because, you know, I'm a trans guy who can't transition medically for various reasons. At least not where I'm currently at in my life. And in general, I'm just not like a big fan of what's like egg posting about cis people, because you're just misgendering a cis person if they haven't told you what their gender is.
It's
There's like weird community discourse about this. I'm not a fan of it.
It's like the trans version of transvestigating. It's like, that's nobody's, and like, even when I was very young, it was agreed upon that you don't do that. Because even with gay people, it will push them back into the closet. And if you're wrong, it can be very invalidating to hear that, like, no, I know you better than you do. You're definitely gay. I won't like go too out of the way to, like, you know, do a, to tell the story. But like, I had a friend in high school that turned out to be gay, but for years and years and years would insist that he was straight. He didn't come out until after he got out of college. And I do believe in part that was because people kept on calling him gay to his face. Just because he was kind of flamboyant and, you know, cared about his appearance and stuff. So.
Yeah, and like I brought it up because like I have a lot of like, because I can't medically transition, there's a lot of feminine things about me that I can't really control, and I have heard of situations where like trans men will get misgendered in this way because people assume that because they have like some type of girly things going on or like feminine interests or ways of being, that they're actually like a trans woman. It's sort of odd. There was a lot of hand-wringing in our conversation where she was like, well, this is specifically like a trans femme thing, where people find it really bad for a cis guy to actually be a trans woman. And it's like weird and fear-mongery specifically about trans women. And it's like, well, no, if we start calling, like, I don't want trans men to start calling butch lesbians men either. Like, it's not, you know how many butch lesbians, like, there are some that are men, but do you know how many butch lesbians will punch you in the mouth for saying that? Like, we shouldn't be doing that. And I have had testimony from other friends who are cis women who have had, like, some trans men, like, try to tell them that they're actually men because they don't want to do, like, stereotypically girly things. This is just like a general community thing to egg post like that. And it's weird that she was bringing it back to being specifically a trans femme thing. I don't know. It was strange. The other fucking thing that she did, and this also speaks to the type of person that she is that when I said, like, well, I'm a trans man who can't really transition medically, so for me it's a bit uncomfortable, immediate response was, well, I'm not that much farther in my transition than you. And it's like, okay.
I am uncomfortable when we are not about me.
Like, genuinely, like, at the time, I was just like, well, I don't want to invalidate your experience, blah, blah, blah. But, like, looking back at that conversation, it's like, why did you bring that up? It's not relevant. You're just saying it so you can, like, because you think I'm one-upping you, like, oppression-wise by saying it. When it's like, no, I have a specific point to make. I don't know. She makes all these, like, qualms about being misunderstood, clearly committing to misunderstanding me. It's not great. So we basically just like talked past each other. Once again, I I technically have screenshots of this conversation. I don't think they're in the doc, but if someone demands them of me, then sure, I have them. But like basically I was just very like, well, I can't control what you do, this and that. It's just kind of weird. I just want to express my feelings about this. And then, it didn't get brought up again. So that's like that whole saga about that post. And then March of 2024, so after the Omaha Film Festival, other cracks started to show. I asked her if she was willing to contribute to festival fees, because with film festivals, you can't submit to them for free. You have to pay just to have a chance of getting in. Like, there was a lot of money spent by me and my co-director that didn't go anywhere because, you just don't get accepted. The big whoop. We got into a few, and that's good enough for me. But at the time, she sort of blew me off saying, well, I already did the music for free. And I was like, okay, fair enough, I guess. And then like 3 days later, she was asking to stay at my co-director's apartment while attending the one in KC. Now, partially because of cost, and this is a woman who lives in Santa Cruz. She has money. I don't know why she's like acting weirdly about this. Like, I'm staying at my, like, I don't want to make this like a money thing, because like the bigger point I'm trying to make is that the way that she viewed this project was like weirdly transactional until she didn't want it to be. Where like I would have been fine with splitting this up as sort of like you're doing some volunteer work. That's fine. We appreciate that. We'll do all of like the grassroots stuff where we're like sending cover letters, doing all this shit to set up this stuff, right? Whereas in my head, I sort of conceived of it as like a friend project because, again, years prior, she had expressed that she specifically wanted to work on this. It wasn't like I approached her later on and was like, hey, I need this for this. Will you do it?
So it felt more like a partnership to you, and that's kind of how you felt about it then, like you hired her to do a specific task. And also you were a student, and this was a student film, and like, were any of your other like people paid, or?
I mean, we all agreed, like, at the time, I think we tried to make a contract where, like, we would split any, like, money that we could have made off of it. We have not made any money off of this film. But, there was, like, the thought was there because, you're in animation school. They want to teach you how to, like, do it properly. You put, like, a contract together for, like, your for-hire stuff, all of that. But, like, basically the deal was, like, she would own like anything that she made. We're not gonna like try to keep her from selling the soundtrack or whatever. We're not gonna ask for a cut of that. It's just whatever. But like because she had such an influence over it, I had basically sort of considered her a third director. Because we didn't really have any specifications for her other than do what you want. Especially since it was, to my knowledge, and from what I remember, it was like the first any kind of like short film soundtrack she had done that was like not like a video essay or like that. I think she did like one short film for Clinton Reviews, I think. She did like the little short film that he did. She did like an album for that. But in my mind, it was like sort of a friend affair, and like given how close we were during the Omaha Festival, that's just sort of how I viewed it. And like anyone here is free to call me out if this is like a petty topic, or if it's like Jules, you're being unreasonable here. But it just seemed kind of odd for her to like she can blow off that, but like then to also be like, hey, I want to stay at your house. Keep in mind, we wouldn't have been able to do that anyway because Luca, my co-director, lived with roommates at the time, 2 of them. So there was not room for any of that. We were just like brokey college students. And it was just kind of strange. Later on, for whatever reason, she was willing to contribute funds to get a DCP made. For those who are unaware, a DCP is like, it's a file that like you can get made of your film so that it plays well in a theater, basically. And sometimes a festival will require one of these. I think just the KC festival required it. But for some reason, she was decided, like, we didn't ask her to do this. She just sort of jumped in and was like, okay, well, I'll pay for this because I have a vested interest in the film sounding good, but not for it to be submitted. It was just very strange. I still don't know how to parse all of that. I don't know what to make of it. It was just odd. And even at the time, it was just strange to me. As far as like the little note there, I have heard from a reliable source, this is not directly from the artist listed, but that there was apparently one album artist who had to wait literal years to receive payment from her. I cannot directly confirm this, so take it with a grain of salt, but I did hear it from a reliable source who was like close with her to this situation at the very least. That statement in particular, take with a grain of salt, but it's what I have heard. And like that's just sort of like the weird money stuff. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts for me on that. It's just kind of odd.
I will say, like, I have some people asking about the animation. In the efforts to make this, I'm not going to be boosting any of my socials or anything either. I will perhaps share Jules's animation some other day, but I don't think it's appropriate in this setting to share
I wouldn't
that sort
feel
of thing
comfortable
right now.
trying to. I don't really feel like it's appropriate for me to try and like clout farm this. like if you really want to follow me, like maybe I can show up in another stream sometime. But right now it's not really the time. Moving on to March 10th, she would eventually make more posts that basically amounted to your pain is nothing compared to mine, directed at like some random trans man in her audience. This sort of led me to my original breaking point. Note that this was in March. This was not when the most recent thing happened. I was basically freaking out in the DMs of my other friends, just trying to make sense of it, because it really was just like a straw that broke the camel's back. If I remember correctly, it was some like response to one of her posts, and like someone was saying like, well, this is transandrophobic too because of this and that. And then she's like, we live in different universes because if I did this, I would be given bomb threats. And it's like, number one, you've never been given bomb threats. Like, Kiwi Farms is scary, but this has never happened to you. I don't know why you're exaggerating the harm so much. Like, in response to just some guy who's responding to your post, trying to add to the conversation, whatever. But like at this point, like because of everything had been building up, I was very much just like not having it.
Yeah.
At the time, my plan was to just finish up the professional relationship and then just quietly sort of wash my hands of the situation and just like let the friendship fade. And then that was sort of what my plan was. I didn't have any plans to make a fuss about it. I didn't really see the point in it at the time. I didn't want to deal with it. I was just like, okay, for my own mental sanity, I think I just need to like step away.
I would say that that's the average response to Patricia's bullshit with the people that have come into contact with her. I would say that that's the majority, and like that's completely understandable.
Yeah. For a long time, I just sort of like slowed down my communication with her. I really only talked to her when I was trying to like let her know about a festival that we got into or other news regarding business. I tried to remain like friendly and cordial just because like I didn't want to just be like overly mean. I just was like, okay, we're maintaining this for now. We'll just leave after we're done with this. And then, like, around this time, like, she would make a few other posts that were, like, weird, sort of anti-trans mask, including jokes like, quote, "Sometimes I remember Cave Town represents trans mask music, and for a moment I start to think transandrophobia is real." But I didn't speak up about this because I just didn't think it was the risk to my career and my mental health. Because, like, once again, you've seen how people who talk, like, have any criticisms for her on her Tumblr are treated. Like, I'm not gonna do that. And bringing it up in DMs doesn't work either because, like, well, number one, she's already made it clear she doesn't give a shit about that as a concept, but, like, every time I've brought something up to her so far, it's just led to me sort of placating and, like, we don't reach a resolution, it is just tar pit conversation.
Yeah.
And then we get to December, which is the big one. The big
let me
one.
Let me see if I can bring up the post, because yeah.
Was really awesome to see. I don't know. It was pretty crazy because this was when, like, all of this happened, and I got introduced to it by Krim, because Krim had screenshotted some of what she said and then, like, blurred out the name. And I, like, in my, I guess, infinite wisdom and knowledge of her, I just, like, was like, oh, I bet I know who this is, I say as my stomach drops, and I go and look, and it is her. It's like, I don't know. I really didn't want to be correct in my assumption about that one, but yeah, it was pretty depressing.
Sorry it's taking me so long. It did happen
okay.
a little while ago.
But I saw a lot of what she was saying, and I basically just, like, I was done. Like, and we can go over some of what was said. But here I can at least go over, like, I guess I went over it a little bit in my intent, but I can restate it here. I basically saw Krim's response to her, where Krim wasn't afraid to be abrasive and aggressive about it. And I felt safe to reach out to Krim with the knowledge that I had and the screenshots that I had, because I was really sick of seeing things like this happen constantly. And we'll get to this a little bit more in the vague posts, but, like, having her care for me so little as a friend and to have such hatred for my demographic being made public and clear, it was sort of like wiping off your window when it's fogged up. It was like, oh, everything is falling into place now. I see what type of person this is. Because a lot of the other things that she said started to feel less justifiable. Things that seemed like vent posts started to look a lot more like sincere beliefs, because I had seen what she was willing to let spread to her main and what she was willing to say out loud. And that's why I leaked the tweets. It showed a clear pattern of her not giving a shit about others and only caring about what suited her. And the way that she treated me as a friend, and what you're about to see, and the way she was treating other random queer people started to make a lot more sense. If what she was saying on private was actually her true beliefs, then I felt that they needed to be shown. And then after I did that, I told her directly that I was cutting her off and didn't want to speak with her again. And I told her at the time that I would remain professional in public until festival stuff ended, i.e. I wouldn't shit-talk her in public, wouldn't bring the film into this, and try to remain somewhat professional despite everything. but she did make it personal and vague post about me several times in an attempt to bait me into responding to her on Tumblr. So now we're here. This is why I am speaking today. Partially because of that. And it's a lot.
Yeah. I'm sorry this is taking me so long to find. Bella, if I could use your skills. I'm having difficulties. Yeah, I'm looking.
Which one do you specifically need? Because
The
I think I might have,
first-
like...
The first one where the one that I blanked out the name would be good too, but
Right, got it for you.
oh, see, this is why I invited Bella.
I was gonna say, it's like, while you were searching, I'm like, that's what I'm here for, right?
Yeah, but I was like, it's on my blog. I should be able to find it, but like I can't. Okay. Alrighty then. This was me. This was the very first one where I blurred out her name because at this point I liked Patricia. This happened December 13th, 2023. And an anonymous asked, "How do you feel about trans masks?" And she said at this point, vaguely threatened. And I haven't felt this stifled and alienated since I was a closeted teenager on Reddit, drifting left for the first time during peak MRA season. And I said, it's like, this is so ridiculous from someone I can say with absolute certainty has never had an interaction. I assumed at the time that she had never had an IRL interaction with a transmasculine person. Because,
yeah,
like she's kind of a shut-in. So, and I like kind of blithely said, like, you're mad because trans men have told you that they relate to you some of your experiences that are not exclusive to trans women. Grow up. And, like, what are you afraid of? Garishly patterned button up some guy being a little too fond of Rick Moranis or the guy from Reanimator. And I said in the tags that I'm not sharing who this is, but I continue to be extremely disappointed in someone whose content I used to like. But considering, I can't remember what the rest of the tags were, but basically I was like, fuck this person, but like, I don't want them to get in trouble. That was kind of my general response. And the one where I did reblog her specifically would also be great.
Yeah, got that one for you as well. Also,
Bella, you champion.
Oh, you. 1 second. The remaining tags, by the way, on that one post, but considering the insecurities she shared and some of the things that have come out about her, this is projection. That's the entirety of what you posted. Okay, hopefully that is straightforward enough to process.
Open in browser. Okay. I think you should all be able to see that. Yeah, so I'll read it out. And she says, this is her post. I reblogged this directly. I was no longer censoring her name. She says, after being explained the concept over and over again in great detail in my Ask box, I have reached a conclusion that trans androphobia, and I'll bring up the definition of that in a minute. In my Ask box, I have reached the conclusion that it is things that trans women also experience, things that cis women also experience, repackaged misandry theory from 2014, and being accused of trans misogyny sometimes. One of them put forth corrective rape to me as a trans mask only oppression. This is a James Somerton level intersectionality allergy or allegory. I'm not really sure what she meant there. I feel I don't really need to defend myself anymore, but it's pretty clear what's going on here. It feels obvious. As a reminder, this is what set this off. And that was the original ask. And then my response was this. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to pretty directly respond to this. After being explained this concept of transmisogyny over and over again in great detail, I've come to the conclusion that transmisogyny is just... This is me being blithe and sarcastic. And being like, this would be fucked up if somebody said this to you, so I don't actually believe this. One, things women of color also experience. Things that other LGBTQ people also experience. Repackaged incel theory from 2012. Being accused of transandrophobia sometimes. And one of them put forth that being told you're an exclusionary douche canoe with no life experience is extremely violent and scary. You see, Patricia, I can dishonestly and uncharitably put words together in any order that I want to. It's pretty fucking ignorant and annoying, isn't it? I'm honestly getting pretty tired of you personally acting like this world-weary, knowledgeable, trans social influencer on one hand, but when you make a mistake and fuck up, you start acting like you're innocent and naive and could do nothing wrong. We're all just deliberately misunderstanding you. Read, not falling for your manipulative bullshit, and you're mad we're not falling for your manipulations. And I said, you're a racist, entitled, and deliberately obtuse. Diversity win. The cry-bully Karen is transgender. It's very clear that you haven't actually met any trans men in real life. I was wrong on that one, but like the lack of empathy for someone you're close friends with is actually worse, I think. That you don't know any of us, that you do not hold community with LGBTQ people in the world just outside your doorstep. Am I scaring you right now? Are you going to run to your fans and tell them how the big mean cunt boy yelled at you? You're a grown-ass woman, for fuck's sakes, not a piece of glass. If you were actually scared of one of us, maybe you'd shut the fuck up for once and stop acting like if you showed transgender men an ounce of compassion that you would spontaneously combust. And then like I got kind of mad in the tags. I was fighting for trans rights with cops swarming us hand in hand with butches and trans women when you were in middle school. Kiss my entire ass, you jerk. So I was angry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pissed. And I'm getting tired of people, especially trans women with a large audience who we should be holding community with. I am mad that we keep getting thrown under the bus. And I said so, and I got put through the meat grinder for being angry about my lived experiences, and that kind of sucked. But this is what, I think this is what caused you to reach out to me, if I recall.
Yes. I saw it, and I saw that you were willing to, say something. When honestly before, like, a lot of her other posts sort of went uncontested. And a lot of, like, you have to keep in mind, I was in the frame of mind where I was worried that if I said something, it would just make things worse for the trans mask, like, discourse on Tumblr, because she has a big following there. If I made waves, then it would be turned into discourse. And it did. I was right. Because she did make posts about me. But, I knew you had, like, connections to certain other people. You at least had some type of platform, and you were willing to say something. So that was why I felt comfortable to sort of just, like, barge into your fucking Discord server like Candace. Like that Candace storyboard from Phineas and Ferb. Like, Mom, holy fuck. I have this stuff. Please, someone just lend me a listening ear, because I've been fucking saying this shit in private with my, like, discourse friends for, like, months about this. I need to tell someone this. And I'm still very grateful to you that you were willing to say all of that you were willing to be that outward and real about it, because I was scared. Like, not even of, like, Patricia herself, but, like, you've seen the backlash that happens.
Oh yeah, no, I've experienced it directly. Yeah. It's been fucking crazy.
Like a shovel.
Yeah, you can't get through it, and I had the misfortune of making a funny little comic a few days ago that has like tons of thousands of notes now, and I'm also fighting off like Patricia and her fans with one hand, and with the other hand I'm fighting off like actual literally just TERFs with the other. So it's like on both fronts, like the discourse is just crushing me between them, and like the fact that like I'm not getting any empathy from people that are in my community, that I'm getting told that I mutilated myself and that I am a gender traitor, and like that like and that there's like a bunch of my trans sisters are not willing to be empathetic to me because I told their special Blorbo, who is honestly being very cruel towards trans men, to go fuck herself. It's really tragic, I think. Especially as I've illustrated in the past, I have gone from approaching this issue I've had with her in extremely good faith with as much understanding and compassion as I could to like her just saying the same thing for like 2 years and me finally, well, I guess it's not 2 years, it's 1 year. And finally being like, you know what? Go fuck yourself. Ultimately, because I'm tired of hearing this from you and I've been nice. And I'm kind of done. So yeah.
I have to say the especially with being trans men in this situation with the people that follow her, like the how do you say the Grim help me. Beatles?
Bedell's, I believe, is the pronoun. The thing,
Yeah.
okay, whoa, God, are we getting into that now? Oh my
We
God.
kind of have to
I
because
think that's its entire own live stream. Like,
Oh my God. I have some definitions and stuff prepared, but like, yeah, I think the trans stuff, specifically like the intercommunity stuff, is like its whole other thing. But one thing I will say is that I would like to define this term from the words of the person who defined it before we go any further. We can have discourse about this later. Let me find it. All right.
I was
This
just going
is
to say that she's followed by a very specific group of people, of rad feminists, and they are
toxic or poisonous.
yeah.
Well, we're not going to talk about them today. But because Patricia has brought it up.
It's
Because
kind of what we're all afraid of more than her, I think.
Yeah.
It's the extreme reaction.
Because of her talking about this a lot, I am going to define it. This is Saint. Goes by Saint Dionysus. He's a complicated guy. He's come under fire on his own, mostly because of this kind of sex work he has done. But he is also writing a book on transandrophobia, as he coined it. He's the one that coined this word. And I will describe, and it's not the first word that we've had for the phenomenon of bigotry towards transgender men, but this is how he defines it, what it is and what it isn't. In its most simple definition, transandrophobia is the way that the fear of men impacts the material reality and mental/physical health of transgender men. Transandrophobia in the way that fear of men and or masculinity affects transgender men's access to queer and transgender spaces, sexual assault survivor resources, and reproductive health care. In the way the fear of men and or masculinity holds back transgender men from transitioning or from presenting as masculine, in the way the fear of men and or masculinity results in the disowning of transgender men from previous found families and the isolation of transgender men in general, in the way the fear of men and or masculinity has resulted in people using their trauma as an excuse for abusing transgender men physically, sexually, and emotionally, in the way the fear of men has resulted in people refusing admittance to male-identified people to certain queer events and safe spaces, in the way the fear of masculinity has led to people assuming that butches across the gender spectrum are inherently violent and hypersexual, it's the way that the fear of men and or masculinity resulted in the forced feminization of transgender men in queer spaces, with the insistence that those who refuse to feminize themselves to make others more comfortable should not be allowed entrance to the certain queer spaces. It's the way the fear of men has led people to assuming butches who were assigned female at birth are at risk of becoming the enemy and should not be given the same amount of trust as feminine presenting cis women. It's when the fear of men being in a women's spaces prevents trans men, and non-binary people who present as male from accessing gynecological care, abortions, and birth control. It's when transgender men must make themselves smaller to be seen as one of the good ones, and it is when trans man who is loud or sexual or black or brown or too masculine is seen as a threat to the safety of other transgender people. It's when transgender men who speak up about how normalized the way of speaking ill about men in feminist and queer spaces has made them actively suicidal, detransition, or prevented from transitioning are told to shut up and sit down. It's not when trans men face misogyny. This is just trans men facing misogyny, which all trans men face because misogyny and sexism affects everyone, not just women. However, it is when someone says that trans men don't face misogyny because they are men, make claim that trans men benefit from misogyny since they are men, or insist that trans men's experiences with misogyny aren't as valid or as bad when a woman or non-male person faces misogyny. It's when trans men's struggles are dismissed as being less important because men don't need help, or men already have help, or men don't face real struggles. And it's when people refuse to acknowledge that the patriarchy sees transgender men as failed women and not men, which is why transgender men do not benefit from the patriarchy, but are instead violently and systematically punished for it. It's that and a whole lot more, and I would need a book to describe the entirety of the issue. I have been writing a book on it for over 6 years and rewriting it over and over because if I say it wrong or say it too much or with too much emotion or not enough emotion or with too many numbers or not enough numbers and publish it without using perfect wording, trans men might not get another chance to speak up for a long ass time, and we will once again have to find new words to say. Pretty please treat me like a human being and let me have access to the things I need in order to survive. And pretty please consider that if a large group of people from my minority are telling you that they are being oppressed by these actions and fears, then maybe you should believe them, or at least the material statistical evidence of that oppression, since you probably trust journals more than us describing our reality and lived experiences. And we could discuss this to the moon and back. It's an extremely complicated topic, and there's a lot of nuance. And we want to, of course, never dismiss the experiences of trans women or pin the source of this on trans women, because it's not. And honestly, I think it affects a lot of trans women and trans feminine people too. If you're afraid of a trans woman because she's too masculine or she presents in a certain way, I would say it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that's what's going on. It's this fear of men that kind of affects gender nonconforming people that are more masculine, and how that blocks them from accessing safety measures that are offered to other members of vulnerable communities, especially sexual assault survivors and trans people, etc., etc. So yeah, that was a big fat post, but I think because Patricia brought it up, that it's important to define our terms as always.
Right.
Yeah, I hope that was okay.
I think it's good for the audience to know, especially since when we're getting into the anti-trans-mask stuff, it is mostly based around her takes on this concept, and sort of we've sort of been building up to it in the sense that it's not like you could have bones to pick as far as which what action of hers is the worst, but this is the most recent thing, and the thing that sort of brought me here because like I said, it was sort of the wool was lifted from my eyes, because I was able to see oh, this person doesn't give a shit about me or people like me. I see now. Things are making sense. But if we're getting back into sort of my experiences with this, as far as what she was saying, I bet that we have it on the document, but I think Bella could also find it depending on which is faster. She was making a lot of posts about basically she specifically said do you think someone asked her do you think trans men face a specific type of oppression that is like either the same or at least not lesser than that of trans women, and she said no, like just flatly. I know that she this was the most vile one to me, and I just like it's like living in my brain. Where she was someone like basically she said like almost verbatim. I bet it's on the document. She was like basically saying something to the effect of transandrophobia is like splashes on your shirt from me being boiled in oil, or like from trans femmes being boiled in oil. And it's like, that's vile. That's super disrespectful, and I think you should be ashamed for saying that. Like, even if you didn't, like, agree with the word, like, the idea that, like, trans mask oppression is, like, that unimportant to you when we are killed, forcibly impregnated, all of these terrible things that happen to trans people also happen to us. I think there's a lot of unkind things that I could say, and I've been very courteous during this stream. I'm not going to say them, but there are a lot of unkind things that I could say because she's being very cruel here, and I feel like I would be justified, but I'm not going to fucking stoop to that. Like respectfully, spare me. And I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I think it like illustrates a pattern of behavior. Again, like it illustrates a pattern of behavior where she does not care about other people.
She doesn't.
And it's and she pretends that she does, but then she doesn't. And then like when you say like, "Hey, you're being an asshole, you're being a jerk," she's like, "Oh, but poor little me, you just want to kill me or something." And it's like, you're like, it's so frustrating. And I know people are like, well, how is this relevant to the other stuff? It's relevant because like this is what started like this revelation to me, who is now putting this out in front of you. It kind of unblocked the wool over Jules's eyes, and like, say what you like about that, but the fact of the matter is, and like again, like I'm using this term colloquially, I could go through the bite model or whatever if we wanted to. I don't think we have the time for that, but cult of personalities, when you get wrapped up in those high control groups, it's not whether the person that you're following did something good or bad. You usually don't start to deconstruct until they say something that it just snaps the cognitive dissonance. And for a trans masculine person, obviously, if Patricia Taxxon said to your face, that you don't know what it's like to experience transphobia, that actually like you don't know what you're talking about, when it's like, hi, the material reality is that I do experience that, and it can kind of like break that cognitive dissonance, but it needs to be something that you hold as a deep truth that you like can't ignore. And then like once that cognitive dissonance is broken, I don't think that's even the word that I want to use. It creates that cognitive dissonance. I'm thinking of something else where you're willing to forego a certain reality because you believe someone, and I can't remember what it's called because, again, brain Swiss cheese. But once you kind of break that illusion, then like everything comes flooding into place, and you're like, oh, many such cases. Like it's not the first time I've covered someone who has had that amount of control over their audience, and then when they say or do something that is just like, whatever it is, it's the straw that broke the camel's back. It's like, wait a minute, this person's kind of fucked up actually. And this was that eye-opening moment for a lot of people, I think. Suspension of disbelief. Thank you, Garbo. Thank you so much.
I have something to say.
Please do, my friend.
Okay, this had just happened in the chat while we were sitting here, and it happens to me constantly while I'm on Tumblr. Somebody said that this is taking up time and space that we should be talking about what she has done to children. We have already discussed that.
Yeah, this was the last thing, and we saved it for last because we knew this would be people's reaction. So,
But also, racism and transphobia absolutely matters, and I am sick and tired of having to sit there getting called everything but what I am every day by people on Anon and otherwise in my inbox, coming to my space, reblogging my words and calling me a filthy gypsy, shoeless gypsy, things like this. And I sit there and I take it because I'm sitting here going, it's more important for me to take it and to not say anything and just keep pushing and try to get this information out. It matters. And the reason why it matters so much is because somebody before us could have said all of this and they didn't. They could have brought up the racism and they didn't. They could have brought up the transphobia and they did not. They could have brought up everything that might have happened with children and otherwise, and they didn't. It's important to talk about. This affects people, and especially when the person saying these horrendous things have a following. She is teaching younger people. She's teaching people my age in their 30s and younger that this is acceptable and right and correct, and that it's wrong, and we should say something about it every time it comes up. Because I am tired of living in a world where I get called a shoeless gypsy, toothless gypsy, whenever I come online because people think it doesn't matter. The racism is just edgy and funny. I'm affected by it. I'm a human person. It's all we all. We are affected by this, and we should speak up about it. That is all I had to say.
yeah, absolutely, Sheev. Thank you so much. That was very passionate. But I think
Angry, I'm being nice. I'm sorry.
but no, that's I think it's understandable. And yeah, I'm tired of us having to shrink ourselves because well, you guys aren't focusing on the most important thing. Story of my fucking life. That is literally what people tell trans men all the time.
Or worse, you will make our community look bad if you bring up this stuff. Absolutely unacceptable. It would make us look better if we do not allow this in our spaces. I'm so tired of it. Okay, I'm quiet now. I'm sorry.
You're good, Sheev.
Don't
You're
apologize.
good.
You're
Thank
good.
you. And like I would have to say that we fell for this, even though this would have more accurately perhaps told the story of my experiences with Patricia. I left it till the end because I was afraid that, like, I shrank myself for this video because I was afraid that people would be like, oh, bigotry against trans men, who cares about that? So yeah, even though I think it would have made more sense from a timeline perspective, yeah, we saved it until the end because we knew that that's the response we would get.
It's really fucking depressing. Honestly, I need to stress again that I was afraid of speaking out because for the same fucking reason, which is that I was probably going to get dogpiled by whatever fucking Tumblr audience she had if I spoke out about this. Speaking in DMs wasn't going to do anything. Like, when you talk about the problems that face trans men, you're basically treated like it's like fucking nothing. Like, people just did not give a shit. And I was tired of her spreading that to her audience because I know there are trans men in her audience. There's at least one trans man who is still friends with her. And it's just like, I worry for people's self-respect because they're telling these trans men, your problems matter less. If you don't kiss the ring, you are, like, threatening to me. You're worthless in my eyes, pretty much. Like, what do I do with that? If we as a community, if we allow this, like, a person with a platform to convince your trans siblings, that their problems matter less, that they aren't as valuable, that if they try to relate to you, that they are doing some form of violence against you, we have failed. That is not solidarity. That doesn't
Yes.
solve our fucking
Yes.
problems. And honestly, I'm flabbergasted that we allowed this for this long. People will still allow it.
Yes.
And I personally, I don't know if I'll get hate for this, but any trans man that is still like associating with her, like you're an adult. You can do whatever the fuck you want, but please, dear God, have some self-respect, because she does not give a shit about you. She didn't give a shit about me. And I think now is a good time to bring up the vague posts about me, because I want people to see what happened, how she spun it when I decided I had enough. Because I'm angry. I'm sorry.
Can you send them in chat, Jules, please and thank you?
I believe I have them. They're on the document, but I know that I probably have them somewhere.
I think you sent them to me in DMs. I just can't switch windows because I'm using the window to display icons. And, like, the thing is that, like, for those of you out there that are trans men, and even for those of you that are women, both cis and trans, you know what it's like to be asked to shrink yourself, to make yourself smaller, so that you don't scare or upset other people because you don't deserve it. We get that on our entire lives, and then maybe we move into a feminist space and we get told that we can be whoever we want to be. And if it occurs to one of us that, like, hey, you know what, if I can be whatever I want to be a man. If that occurs to us, we are abandoned and we are repressed, and we are told that we don't matter by the same people who told us that we shouldn't be afraid to be who we are. And it's traumatizing, to put it bluntly. It's a very traumatizing experience. It's to have this community that supports you, and then the moment that you decide and you self-actualize and you realize who you are, for them to be like, no, fuck you, like, I don't care about you, men scare me. When you haven't done anything to them materially, and in actuality you have just as much to lose at the hands of the patriarchy as they do. Like, what do you think that cis men do when we come out? Do you think they, like, invite us to all the old boys clubs, and, like, we are, like, accepted into their fold, and, like, they invite us out to the bar, and, like, just welcome us as peers? Because they don't. We don't get that. I know that something like that happens in feminist spaces, but there is not a male equivalent of that. Whatever sort of joy that trans women get when they finally get love and acceptance from, like, feminist spaces and from, like, the whole sisterhood thing, we do not have that as trans men. It does not exist. the men's groups exist to exclude. And that's the only reason that they exclude. Like, you look at even freaking gay bars and shit. No fats, no femmes, no Asians. Where do you think trans men fall into that? Because we were not welcome in those spaces either. We are not welcome anywhere, and it hurts, and it sucks. We basically have to carve out a hole for ourselves, and when we do, we're told we're being trans misogynists for creating a little hole for ourselves. So.
And I also want to express, like, assuming, like, the other crimes, like, or, like, allegations notwithstanding, I would never fucking talk to Patricia like this. I would never try to make her feel like her issues are lesser or not important, because she's been through some shit. I know what she's been through, and, like, I don't know, if she's watching, or if she's having one of her buddies watch this in her stead, I'm sorry that happened to you. You didn't deserve it. I know what you went through, and you told me about it, and it's fucking sucks that happened. Look, there, especially with transandrophobia stuff, people constantly, I have to assume it's projection because we know what Patricia says, like, in public about this stuff. There's an assumption that we're trying to, like, get a leg up, oppression-wise, or I guess a leg down, as it were, on, like, trans people who are not trans men when we try to come up with this word. And that's not what it's for. We're trying to articulate what's been happening. And look, I'm not going to act like I have some, like a super hard life or anything like that. I'm very lucky in a lot of ways that aren't related to my trans masculinity. But I see these trans men. I see other people like me who just want to fucking talk about this stuff. I see the cruelty that they're met with and the assumption that they're trying to put others down. And it's like, I wish people would stop fucking projecting. I don't want to put Avery's problems down. I don't know what she might say on her blog. And honestly, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to respond to it, whatever it is. But I don't have any desire to make her feel like her problems are lesser than. And I feel like it's a fucking waste of my time to do that. It doesn't build solidarity. It's not good for anybody. And if any, like, trans women are watching this right now, you matter. I'd never want you to think that you don't. And
Yeah.
when we are making this language, when we're talking to people about this stuff, we just want a seat at the table.
And honestly,
And
if you... Oh, sorry. I thought you were...
Mm-hmm. No, you're good.
If you are a trans woman or trans feminine or, like, non-binary or whatever, and you feel like some of what we said about transandrophobia applies to you too, good. We welcome you to be included in that language. Please talk about your experiences. We want you to do that. Because it impacts all trans people, this fear of men. It affects not only all trans people, but gender non-conforming people that are cis. Like, it's a huge issue, and I think the more we talk about it, the more educated we can be on the subject, and, like, everybody's experiences are valid.
And I hate how this gets twisted because it's deeply toxic, and it's part of the reason that I get so fiery about this is because, again, I knew this person for a long ass time. I thought that she would know better.
Me
and
too.
That's really just it. I thought that she would know better than this. I thought she was better than this, and I thought she cared about other people more than she does. And you know what? I wasn't wrong for having hope for these things, but it was wrong of her to continue to do this shit and to act the way that she does. And if she, can't do some fucking self-reflection for once in her life, it's only going to get worse, and she's only going to drive more people away. And if I have permission from the stream, I did post the vague posts. I'd like to sort of rip off this Band-Aid and get my anger out about this, and then leave it forever.
Okay, let me pull it up on stream. Ooh, this is... Hold on a second, come on. I think... Oh. There we go. Should be visible now, if you would like to read it out.
Okay. So I will read. She has written. This was like right after I had broken it off with her. She says, I want to stop finding out who my real friends are. I'm gonna get vulnerable on main for a second. This Discord cycle has lost me a friend of many years. Guess who that is? And it was a point of tension between us for a while. And he was low-key one of the people I was thinking of when I answered that bait ask. For the audience, this is when she said she felt vaguely threatened by trans masks as a group. This was before I leaked anything, by the way. She was thinking about me before I did anything besides disagree with her a couple of times. Baby soft handling, I will add. But I wouldn't admit that to myself at the time. Oh, it's so scary for you. It was heartbreaking. Some of the happiest moments of my life turned bitter. Ones you might have seen me post about on here. Now I'm on the other end. I've held my ground through heartbreak. I feel destabilized and vulnerable. All I can do is focus on exactly who I managed to stay friends with by holding my ground, which relationships were strengthened versus which ones weakened, and judge my choice based on this. In spite of everything, it is still so easy for me to believe things that I am told about myself. I remember the first time I got a call-out thread, and I just uncritically confessed to everything without thinking. Having a good friend tell me my actions were shameful, deranged, I could go on, it shook my conviction and I lost most of the energy I had to defend myself. I am tired. I am almost 25 years old, and I have spent my entire 20s advocating for myself. I still have no social life. I need to rethink everything. And then this was an addition that was added that she deleted because she realized how unprofessional it was because I had not gone public yet, which was, I need another filmmaker to hire me for music and get into the Omaha Film Festival so I can make new memories there, please. Okay, so we're going to save unpacking that for later. We'll go over the second one. I'm sick of being disposable. There isn't anything I can do for someone that'll guarantee they'll give me the same grace that other people can get from nothing. No talent I can have or service I can provide. Every time I lose friends, I feel obligated to rely even stronger on my remaining friends, while I also lose trust in friendship as a concept. Okay, for someone like me. Every friend gets used to me making jokes about what heinous call-outs they could write about me if they wanted to, not beating the groomer allegations with this one, etc., with the same energy as joking about suicide constantly. I'm writing a video retrospective of all the original soundtracks I've composed for people, usually for cheap or for free, and I'm realizing about how many of them were people who'd go on to phase me out or dump me outright without warning. I'm sick of being disposable. I know who leaked my private Twitter to the funny demon TMRA, and I hope he knows that I know. Now,
I will say that apparently Patty knows about the stream. I don't know if she's watching, but she is aware of it.
She was in here.
if she look, once again, if Patty is watching this, or if she has one of her friends watching in her stead, I'm not going to speak to you directly. I don't want you to fucking step near me ever again. You have lost any respect that I could ever have for you, and this bridge is burnt to dust. And I'm sorry, but see, I'm
right.
like losing my ability to fucking think clearly. I'm just like livid because if you've heard my story today and like you know like what I've been going over as far as like the things that I did to try and maintain the friendship, how much I cared, and I made the fucking mistake of caring or whatever, like to paint me as threatening. I have never, like, until now, I've never even displayed anger towards her. I need to stress this. Like, she could leak the entirety of our fucking DMs together, and she would not be able to pull out, like, fucking anything. The fact that before I even leaked anything, she was already, like, thinking of me, like, building me up in her mind as some kind of, like, scary boogeyman, T-boy creature, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, anybody who looks at this from an outside perspective can see that the way that you have mistreated me, is like once in a lifetime level of shit. And I need you to know that the way that you have hurt me is like I won't take it. I'm sorry. Like, and if you think that I am going to just like lay back and just let that shit go unchallenged, I'm sorry. No. You don't get to have the final say on this. I am going to fucking be here, say my goddamn piece, and you will have to fucking deal with it. If other people want to go to your posts and believe you, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Like, but I am going to be here and say my piece. And after all of this time, that when I made myself small, I didn't fucking say anything, thought of myself as lesser than you. I'm done. And you know what? It's I don't think I've ever, like, I don't know. I know I'm going to be painted as like manipulative or extremely emotional, big scary man, whatever. But
well, what's going to happen, I can predict, is
like,
that we are weaponizing being assigned female to wield it as a weapon against a trans femme, and then also somehow having access to male privilege. We are going to get Schrodinger's gendered. I can guarantee you.
Like, after I tried so hard to give her a seat at my table, to be treated like this is, like, I wouldn't treat anybody like this. Like, I need to fucking stress. Like, when she makes it out like to be like I was this big traitor, I need to fucking express that when she was going off about trans men on her fucking Tumblr blog, that was the fucking, she was the aggressor there. She was the first one to hurt me. And when I left and she started making it personal, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm saying all this shit. She could have just kept her mouth shut and not fucking brought me into this, not gone over my character, but she did. So I have to be here to fucking say my piece to get like a shred of my goddamn dignity. Because I don't want to be fucking talked about like I don't exist, like to an audience that will never know me, implying shit about me that isn't true. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And, I'm gonna leave it at that.
No, I think that's
Very reasonable.
yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to say.
Very reasonable response.
That was a lot. That was raw, and I appreciate it. And
I hope it. See,
no,
now I'm at the point where it's like, I mean, optics were never going to be good.
yeah,
But I don't know.
I
If
considered.
we're going to get painted,
Go ahead.
I said, I guess my thought was if we're going to get painted this way anyway, at the very least, I could be real about it. But like you saw me earlier in the stream, my emotions are very real. This isn't acting. I don't know.
And I will say that like there was hold on. Hold on 1 second. I will say, I did ask a question in the chat, but I will say that there have been multiple trans feminine people that have spoken out against Patricia, and they get slammed harder, even harder than we do. It is not about being trans feminine, but
It's not.
no, because like I really heavily considered it, and yeah. Now, not all of us are, like, I hate this binary, but not all of us are AFAB trans people. I don't like that personally because I'm intersex, but could, Yeah. Yeah. Can we have Bella, if you have anything to add to that, that would be great.
I mean, yeah, my position, I'm AMAP, non-binary. I'm like, kind of drifting more towards masculine at the moment, but I've sort of like flip-flopped here and there. And Patricia's comments before about how AMAP, non-binary, like the stuff that you were responding to back in, was it September of last year, about just how people exclude AMAP non-binaries if they don't pertain to certain things. It's like, well, I don't feel included there because that's not my experience with my gender at all. Um, and I feel that a lot of AFAB trans masc people would have stronger connections to what Patricia was talking about there than I would, even though Patricia's theoretically talking about someone who's closer to my situation. And yeah, that being said, like
Complicated.
oh, it's extremely complicated. And I know when we were setting up this stream, we were talking about like how it would look with a bunch of us being AFAB trans people, and then like not really having much in the way of trans femme representation. But I don't think, like, I have friends who are trans femme, and I wouldn't want to drag any of them into the situation because I know, like, they
I
are
know.
just trying to live their life.
Yeah.
And yeah,
There was an individual I was thinking about reaching out to, and that I thought would have really good testimony for this, who has had some awful interactions with Patricia in public. And again, I decided against it because I know how people would treat her. So I didn't.
I think also by not inviting trans femmes into this, not intentionally, I think we all just kind of like, whoops, all boys. But it's also, I feel like we shouldn't have to put a
Yeah.
trans femme on display.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to
It
tokenize.
feels wrong and bad
It's,
to tokenize somebody in that way.
Like, what am I gonna do? Am I gonna drag, like, one of my fucking friends from, like, trans support group here to talk about this just because they're a trans woman? Am I gonna go after, like, my newly out fucking trans girl friend now? Like, no. I feel like it's a bit disingenuous, especially since, like, when you're talking about trans masc issues, like, you're gonna get some trans men talking about it, especially since we were brought together by the recent, like, anti-trans masc rhetoric from her. And like people have been saying, when you're a trans woman who speaks out against this stuff, you're gonna get fucked over even more.
Yeah, we as trans men, how it generally works for us is we get like left in the cold to die. So I think that, yeah, this sort of stream is a little bit safer for us to do. Whereas, like, trans feminine people tend to get thrown in the fucking fire.
Yeah.
Both of those deaths suck. Hypothermia sucks, and burning to death sucks. And the way that we're treated is slightly different. There is obviously some overlap, but at the end of the day, I acknowledge that, like, this sort of visibility is really dangerous for trans women.
Especially in this situation where it's so aggressively like the hyper feminist, all that, where it's crossing a line where it's no longer feminism. But if we place a woman or a trans woman or just any woman at all, like I said woman, I meant trans. Anyway, they all, if we put them in this situation, it is throwing them into a crocodile pit, and that is not fair on any level.
Yeah.
At all.
And again, like, I was mindful when asking Bella, but Bella's more here as a documentarian and as somebody that I've always really trusted with being able to find accurate information quickly, and is like invaluable in a situation like this. And I did ask them if it was okay. And I think they understood everything coming into it. But like, I've also known Bella for a while, and like, but I wouldn't just ask a random trans girl I barely know that has, you know, traded blows with Patricia in the past to get involved, because I don't want to feed her to the vultures. Anyhow, how we doing? How we doing? Oh, we lost
On
Bella.
water.
Bella died. Bella died, I guess.
The storm. Yeah.
Yeah, she there's a storm down in Melbourne right now. I will get rid
Yeah,
of
he got eaten by the storm.
they. Hold on a second. Yeah, so we're probably, I don't know if we're
Also,
gonna.
my auto go to.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a bit of a delay there. You're coming in a little bit. Anyway, so
I just meant to say I apologize for saying women and then specifying trans women. I just say women by default, and then I have to specify
that you're also
trans
talking
women.
about trans. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. Because sometimes people will assume you're only talking about cis women when you say that, but
Yeah, that's why it's like, oh wait, I have to specify trans women, or they'll think I'm talking about.
yeah,
They're women,
yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Ugh.
So, now, is there anything that's
Bella's back.
Bella's back? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Like, it's okay. I apologize. Storm's pretty heavy over here.
no problem. There is kind of like one more, I do kind of want to start to drift in towards like questions that, and discussion and like the softer part of it. Is there anything that anybody else wants to add or say?
I think
Yeah.
we've gone most of the points we wanted to get to at the very least.
I believe so. I do want to thank you guys for being so receptive and for letting me, I don't know, have like my fucking rage moment. I'm a little embarrassed that it had to happen, but
No, don't be embarrassed. It's good. Good to let it out.
It's this has been a lot. I'm just really glad that you all have let me speak. And I wanted to give special thanks to Krem just for, I don't know, giving me an avenue to talk about this stuff, because it is, you know, you lose a friend for 6 years in such a way, it does a lot to you.
Yeah.
And it's hard to speak about this stuff. You know, when I was doing the leaks, there was a lot of like fear and guilt on my part, but I'm glad. I hope it helps in some way.
Yeah. I think speaking the truth is important. I kind of want to talk about a conclusion, and then we can kind of field some questions if people have them, or have a discussion amongst ourselves. But I think a lot of times this kind of video is made and the feeling is, well, now what? Like, do you want us to throw her in jail or like torture house down or swat her? No, obviously not. As stated before, our goal here is to reduce harm, and we believe that like how we can do that is providing some education to people that might not be aware of this. And I'd like to acknowledge that in a lot of ways, this stream is going to serve as a bit of a primary source in a lot of cases. Because there isn't a lot of sources out there about it. And all I can say is that, like, my stance on, like, I hope Patricia finds somewhere to take care of her in a way that will reduce harm or pain that she can inflict on herself and others. I hope that's something in her future. But I don't think that what she has said and what we have gone over in regards to anything should continue to go on unchallenged. We're not ending the stream just yet, I don't think. But I think we are kind of, the testimony part and the evidence part is over. And if anybody does want to leave, that's absolutely fine if they have other things to do.
Yeah, I'll probably be heading off in a bit.
Yeah, because it's been poor Bella in Australia time has probably been up all freaking night.
Don't even worry about it.
But yeah, so
I will say that I have said multiple times on my blog what I want. What I want is an apology to the people that deserve it, and I want this information out there where others can find and see it, and be on the lookout for similar behavior in the future, not just from Patricia, but from other people.
Yeah.
So that we can protect the vulnerable. And I think that is our duty as adults in a community, is we protect, protect the little ones, the vulnerable ones. That is what we do.
Yep.
That is my piece.
Yep.
And as far as what I would want from Patricia, like I said, the bridge is well and truly burned. As someone once said, apologies are a neurotypical construct. I don't really need or want an apology from her. I just hope it might not happen. It might not be likely to happen, but everyone can change. Maybe she'll learn to have some compassion for other people. Maybe she won't. I'd like to have the good ending happen, where she, gets her head out of her own ass. But, we can't always get
we don't always get what we want. Yeah.
At the very least, I hope that, if nothing else, maybe there's at least one trans guy who felt the same way I did about what she was saying, who might feel a little bit vindicated. Maybe there are some other people who didn't know what was going on, who found out about this. Maybe they now, view what happens to trans men in a different light. Maybe we can learn to be a bit more compassionate to our trans siblings, because we see, what this cruelty looks like, what it does to people. And I hope, if people take nothing else from what I've said today, please just treat your trans siblings with compassion. Even if you don't understand them, just God, just be nicer. Swear to God.
Yeah, we go through enough shit already, and I think even in this situation where a trans person has hurt all of us, I think all human beings deserve, sorry to be a stinky little leftist, but I think all human beings deserve compassion. And like I said, I don't know what's in Patricia's heart and her head necessarily. I don't know why she does some of the things that she does. I hope it's out of ignorance and pain, rather than maliciousness and predatory proclivities. I would like that. I just like there's some clear things that she's done that like have hurt people that are like trans men, that are young, that are people of color, and she should have to answer for that. It's not fair that she gets to keep making the same mistakes over and over again, and people keep getting hurt and nobody says anything. So
You need to speak up.
yeah.
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 Oh. Hello.
So, unless anybody has questions in the audience, or anyone has some specific things to bring up, I think we'll start wrapping this up and call it a night.
I'm out of things to say about this person that I can say on Grim's channel.
Yeah. I would say somebody saying the compassion can be taken advantage of, as happened here. There's a difference between compassion, I think, and like empathy and sympathy. Compassion is this understanding that like I don't get what you're going through. I don't know why you're doing the things that you're doing, but I can still treat you like a human being. And I think that even the worst person on earth deserves compassion. Because they're still a person. But anyway, that's just what I think.
Stinky little left. This is what.
I know. I'm going into social services and everything. Like, I'm terrible. What do you think about cancel culture? Also, if like any of you have to go, like don't. I know it's late for, or I should say early for Bella, but if any of you have to go, please do so. You are free.
Honestly, it's middle of the day for me, but
okay.
Being said, I do have stuff I need to do, so I will probably pop off now. If you need to find any more evidence to respond to any people's questions, good luck.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Adrian asked, what do I think about cancel culture? I think that, like, cancel culture is a weird one because I think that most people that say they've been canceled haven't been canceled. If you have an audience to tell that you're canceled, you're not canceled. I think what often is canceling has honestly been, it's usually been people that's less about what they say and more about what they are, or that get quote unquote canceled.
Personally, just my experience with cancel culture, there are times where it's completely overreaching and it's something somebody did like 15 years ago and they're bringing it up now to smite them with the divine sword. And that is unacceptable to me personally, unless it was something buried that is genuinely harmful. But if it's something somebody did that is
like it establishes a certain behavior now, or like
yeah. But or if it's something they did and then they grew out of and changed, maybe like it. Not just like if they were adult and did it, if they were a kid and did it, doesn't matter. But sometimes you change as a person. I'm not who I was last year. I've grown, and so to me, I think cancel culture in that way is harmful. But I think doing what we're doing now and bringing up harmful things and saying, hey, look at this. This is wrong and bad. We need to talk about this is not cancel culture. It's consequences. It's consequences for behaving poorly. Is people talking about your actions.
yeah. But you have to like, I think it's like you have to like lose your job and like you have to be like impacted in a way And it's not, I think cancel culture is also not specifically about like, hey, you did something and you're continuing to do a thing that's hurting people now, and here's the evidence, and like, look, it's a pattern of behavior, they've always been like this, and like, they're not going to, and like, they can't keep getting away with it. That's one thing. Saying that like, fuck Sai, I'm gonna cancel her for her Steven Universe art because I want to feel better than her. That's cancel culture. It's that sort of moral superiority when it's more about feeling like a better person than the person getting canceled than it is about helping people. And that's why it's so complicated and hard to distinguish between asking someone to be held accountable and canceling them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like,
Also, if I spoke over somebody, I apologize. My headphone is on over a hearing aid, and my hearing aid is slowly dying. So I'm trying to
oh no. You're okay. We gotcha. Like, even with regards to like consequences, I don't know if Patricia can be like meaningfully quote unquote canceled. Like, I think genuinely I would like a change in behavior. My purpose for appearing here, other than just to like make it so that Patricia doesn't have the last say on who I am and what I did, is just to basically just present something, like an alternate viewpoint to her audience, so that it's there. At the very least, maybe then people can look at this behavior, see what it does, see how toxic it is, and maybe they won't decide to support her as much as they were, or maybe they'll say, hey, you know, it's pretty weird that you keep being like this about trans men. Like, they don't really deserve that. Or maybe it'll even, like, if they weren't following Patricia before, you know, maybe they'll see the video and they'll think a little bit more about, you know, the plight of trans men. Or maybe they'll think more about, like, the types of people that enter into spaces and try to normalize things that they shouldn't. And, you know, just pay a little more attention. And, I don't know, maybe eventually things will get better. That's a little bit of a optimistic view, but maybe, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's bad to be optimistic.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah. I hope, again, I hope that this has a good ending for everybody, and that this results in, any of you have come across some of the ways Taxxon is awful to the intersex communities, or asserts that IGM is a privilege? What's IGM?
I just learned I'm intersex. I can say nothing about this.
I'm intersex, and I've been available, and I've known about it for a while. Go ahead. What were you saying? Sorry.
I've said some things about intersex people, but I don't know what IGM means.
Because if she's saying that being intersex is a privilege, I'm going to explode.
I will actually.
No! Intersex genital mutilation. Exploding her with my eye lasers right now. I need some evidence for that.
Yeah, that's a heavy claim.
That's a heavy fucking. Yeah, I have not seen that. I don't follow Trisha's
I know that
every
there was that like
thing.
big feud she got into where she sort of asserted certain things about intersex people with regards to the label trans femme, but I haven't really seen much in regards to her saying anything about genital mutilation. But I also was avoiding her blog for a while, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a fucking source for that one, Chief.
Yeah, I would need a source.
I was, what, a month ago, 2 months ago, where Krim informed me that not everyone has to take estrogen.
Yeah, as a child. Yeah. No, that's that's not something that happens to everybody.
I'm still.
Yeah,
I'm
my
still.
co-director is also intersex with a similar condition
Yeah.
where you take E.
Yeah, I just
Uh,
took it as a kid, and I was like, oh, this is normal. And I thought, for health, it was like supplements where everybody had to take that,
Oh no.
no.
It's like, sweetie,
Bro.
no, no.
Yeah. No, it's also if you have any other hormonal problems or like disabilities that are related to like the endocrine system or anything, it's probably tied to you being intersex. Uh, yeah.
She went on intersex trans women and said her being intersex, even if it's been medically harmed, made her
Oh,
privileged over non-intersex trans. What the fuck?
oh, wait,
I
okay.
I'm
Wait, my
going to
co-director.
need I'm gonna need some sources. Okay, continue. Sorry about that,
Yeah, a
Jules.
screenshot. Sorry, I don't mean to interject. My co-director is in chat. I was a little bit off about the condition that they have. Uh, but yeah, they do say in chat they do deal with hormonal imbalances where they've been on hormones their entire life.
Yeah.
It's just not exactly the way that I described it.
Yeah.
I'm a bit ignorant. My apologies.
Unfortunately, Chimeras, I do have the Discord shut down for security reasons. Just because I know what's gonna happen as soon as this VOD goes up. So the
You
Discord
can,
is not accepting new invites yet. But if you could send it to me on Tumblr, or that would be cool. But I am not
anyone
going
of
to.
us are-
Yeah. Um. Anyway.
Oh,
Yeah. I feel like often what happens is that Patricia gets into a controversy and then she's like, I'm being misunderstood and everybody hates me, and then like a bunch of people feel bad for her. And then like sometimes she'll go on for a while without getting into any controversy externally. So she'll say something that she knows is controversial in order to cause another controversy. And then
oh,
I think what she wants is that sort of idea, oh, you're so brave, you're so real, you're the bravest, realest person that I've ever known. Like she wants that sort of like validation, but she's not willing to she's not willing to experience the consequences of being transgressive. She just wants all of the benefits. When like real transgressive people, and I say this again as somebody that's been a little shit kicker my entire life, especially like in my 20s and late teens, the goal of being transgressive is to make people angry and to elicit an emotional response. And sometimes the anger and the emotional response that you elicit from people is gonna hurt your feelings. And like, if you want to be that transgressive person, you need to grow thicker skin, period, or get the fuck out of the kitchen. Like, yeah.
I mean, I am personally somebody who got the fuck out of the kitchen. I detransitioned. I separated myself from the community and all this. Uh, it's part because of that, but in part of a whole other host of other things. But I have to say that just being trans and being argumentative, or even as people see as argumentative, like you could be explaining yourself. And people would be like, "You're arguing." It's like, no, I'm just explaining my point of view. Arguing, but you have to have really thick skin because with being trans, people will pick apart everything you say
Yeah.
to fit a narrative. Be it they hate trans people, or they're trans women who hate trans men, or they're trans men who hate you will. There will be no peace once you are trans.
Yeah. And I'm not saying transgressive isn't transgender. I mean like transgressive, like deliberately trying to be like going against the grain of society. Sorry if that was a little hard to parse.
No, I mean in the sense that people will be that way and not know they're being that way.
Yeah, the
And then not,
microaggressions.
yeah, exactly.
And that's why it's so careful in these conversations to be as careful as I think we've been careful. I think there have been some times when we've gotten a little emotional and a little raw, but I think we've been careful and responsible in this stream, and I don't think there's anything that we've said that I regret. Even if we have some differing opinions. Yeah. But anyway.
For somebody who has been in some pretty aggressive spaces online, I have been a good noodle. I think I got spicy a little bit, but it's hard not to be passionate about
I beat you.
I care
Yeah.
about.
I smacked you with a rolling pin though, but anyway, and there's like some things that we haven't touched on. I think, but like I specifically wanted to talk about the things that have directly hurt people.
Yeah.
And like there are other things going on. There are allegations that are additionally uncomfortable along with the age play stuff or whatever, however you want to call it, and the bigotry towards trans masculine people. Like there's other stuff going on, but I think these are the things that are causing the most harm. And I think that's what we should leave it at.
There's also just things we cannot speak about because there is no
Yeah.
either there is no like genuine, solid holding our hand evidence, or the people involved have specifically stated they do not want to be involved, and we are giving them the raise. I don't know which word to choose. We are giving them that right to not be, involved. Because I wouldn't, if I had been a victim in that situation, I wouldn't want to be involved either. Not going to lie, I'd be like, no, I'm good.
I think that like we can't speak for that specifically, so we're not going to, but like I hope that what we've spoken about here tonight and have provided evidence on kind of paints a picture of like what she's done, the lengths she'll go, and how she really feels when she does say that she's apologizing or she regrets a decision or something. And yeah.
Pretty much.
And I think we're gonna say goodbye. Goodbye at that. Thank you so much. I'm going to hang up and say goodbye to my audience, if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Okay. Hello, chat. It's just you and me. This was a hard stream. I will be keeping the VOD up, and I will be keeping the VOD public. I will not be covering this topic again. I will not be monetizing this video. And I will not be adding any of my usual promotions or anything into the description. I hope this serves you well. If you need to get in contact with me, if you're somebody that's watching this that wants to cover this conversation, my contact information is in my YouTube. If you need it for whatever professional reason related to this stream, feel free to reach out to me. If you are someone that's been affected by this person, feel free to reach out to me. And I will try to hook you up with the correct resources. But I'm not making another video about this. Absolutely. But it will be archived. But yeah, this is the only video I'm making on this, and we'll be back to business as usual for my next video, because I don't want my channel to be about this. But again, I I felt like if I didn't say something, nobody would. So thank you all so much for coming. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.